Welcome back, friends, to the show that never ends here on the Hotel Orloff here in scenic, historic Rural Retreat, Virginia. It is 5:05 p.m. on the sunny February 26th, 2024. It's about 77 degrees here. And we're going to get started doing some talk about comics. Start with some bad news. Ramona Fradon passed away. I used to think it was pronounced Ramona Fradone, but I'm pretty sure it's Fradon. And Ramona Fradon, she's best known for Aquaman and Metamorpho, and in the 70s she drew the Super Friends comic. I've always loved her style. And I've always loved Marie Severin's style. Ramona Fradon tried to do a few comics over at Marvel. It didn't go too well. She didn't really like the Marvel method where they just give you a paragraph or a couple of sentences and then you have to create your own story. I think she said she did a fantastic Four story in the early 70s, and she said it was more scripted so she could handle that. But I think she was doing that Cat comic from around 1972. I thought that was a great comic, but she did some work on that, and it was just like she felt like she didn't have anything to go on. She quit comics from 65 to 72 because she had a baby and was taking care of the baby for 7 years. And I was born in 65. So Ramona Fradon is basically the age of my mother. She was born in 1926. My mother passed away years ago, 2001. But Ramona Fradon just passed away 2 days ago at the age of 97. And Gotham City Comics is here saying hello. Probably he's at home unless he's at the store organizing things, because Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, it's closed on Mondays. So. If you want to come on, if you're in the store and show what's coming out tomorrow or Wednesday, go for it. Or if you want to come on from your home or anyone else, I've got the link there. I would like to, open it up. He says, I'm home. Well, come on if you want. Don't have to. Anyone that wants to come on, more the merrier. Which is not something I ever read, and it was kind of done in someone else's style. Women artists seem to have Ramona Fradon was talking in an interview and saying someone told her, I think Trina Robbins, another famous female comics artist who's more on the underground level. Trina Robbins, who basically created Vampirella, or the look of Vampirella, her suit and everything. And then Frank Frazetta worked from Trina Robbins' drawing of Vampirella to create that. I don't want to use the word iconic, but I'll use the word iconic for the Vampirella #1 painting. Anyway, Trina Robbins was telling her that women artists seem to have a more airy, looser style. It's brighter. I can't remember the words, but men artists seem to have a darker, more brooding style, and women, as you see the female art and Marie Severin's art and Ramona Fradon's art, and it's just more of a sense of fun to it. Oh, Ramona Fradon also did the Plastic Man comic when it was brought back in the mid 70s to DC. But most remembered for Aquaman and Metamorpho, which I need to buy more. I might pull out the Metamorpho comics just in remembrance of Ramona Fradon. This is a book I got not too long ago with the art of Ramona Fradon. She married a guy that did cartoons for some highbrow New York like New Yorker, Saturday Evening Post kind of magazine or something like that. And so she'd go to the parties and hobnob with the socialites, but she'd be kind of embarrassed. I draw comic books. Well, my husband, does the. Anyway, here's an interview. Howard Chaykin interviewing Ramona Fradon. I need to read more of this book, man. I had so much going on, but yeah, now that she's passed away, I'm gonna crack this book back open. Oh, we got some more people here. Jambo Comics says hello. Yeah, Jambo, I'm so sorry. And Graphic Man, if you're watching, that I missed last Wednesday on Four Color Fossils. It's just right now, my wife she works from home a couple days a week, and she's working tonight, so I can do this. But sometimes she's not feeling well and she's not working, and I come home from work and immediately get on a live stream. It doesn't go over too well, so we moved to a new place and she hasn't met many people yet, and she's not feeling very well. And, it's just kind of one of those things. Plus, I don't have anything to show. I got all these boxes of comics, so I sound like a jerk. I don't have anything to show in the Four Color. I feel like I've shown everything, and everyone else seems like they keep getting new acquisitions, new comics in their collection, and I never do. The thing about these female artists like Ramona Fradon and Marie Severin, Marie Severin was more of a Marvel artist, and I loved Not Brand Ack, and she did the Hulk comic in the early 70s. I just love her art. Oh, she did that? Oh, yeah, okay. This is the Fantastic Four comic she was talking about that she drew. Did she do that cover? I always figured that was John Buscema. Yeah? Okay. I had to pull this issue out. I think I've got to have that issue. What's people going on here? What people going on here in the chat, man? What's Paulo Costa, Portugal, saying hi there, and Jambo Comics is saying, hey, Paulo Gotham, how are you guys? And, oh my gosh. All right. So, damn. Just incredible. CC Beck in the Golden Age, Captain Marvel artist, had that style, that loose style. It wasn't photorealistic. I like that style because it's just comics. I like them to be not total reality. So that's why I always love Marie Severin and Ramona Fradon. And we got Gotham City Comics tuning in from his home. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Flip the camera sideways. There we go. Excellent. What do you got here? What is this? What does that say? Trash Fiend? Is that a magazine?
These are just some books that I've been looking at on my desk.
Sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that's still in print?
Have you heard of this book?
No, but can you get it in your store?
I don't know where this came from, actually. It's signed.
Autographed. Damn, man. Okay, so I guess maybe you can get it, or do I need to look it up on Amazon? I hate to support them.
Yeah, write it down so I don't forget to look into that.
Trash Fiend. Yeah, I'll remember for sure. This looks like it was made just for us. Wow.
This is just a stack of books that's on my desk.
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's see what you got. That's amazing.
Never heard of this company either.
Well, you must have gotten it at a show if you have it autographed.
Maybe they have the what? Maybe it's on their website.
Yeah, probably. Or it might have been sent to your store. I remember this comic store in back where I used to live got a book about old war comics, and it was sent. A copy was sent to the store by the author, trying to get them interested in buying it, and it was autographed by the author, and then the store owner wasn't interested and just sold it to me. So I'm a little wary of these new Creep Show comics. Are they just a mixed bag? Oh, this is the making of the movie Creep Show 2.
Yeah, the comics. Some of them are good. Some of them are okay. Some of them are bad.
Yeah.
But
Thomas
this,
Fairfowl says, this is a nice surprise. Hello, everyone. Paulo says, I'm listening to this and writing some reports on cars that debuted this weekend in the Geneva Motor Show. And Jimbo says, hello, Thomas. Did you say you priced those Fantastic Fours you got in?
yeah.
Okay. Of course, you don't remember what they are now, but did you see Captain Strangelife's show? He's selling 5 1960s Flash comics for $80.
Yeah, I did see that.
I was thinking, I was thinking, I'm sure someone's already bought them, but there was one in particular I've always wanted where it's kind of, he's running at an angle with a purple background. That illustration was used on a record album I have from when I was a kid about the origin of the Flash, Green Lantern, and Aquaman. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any old Flash. Actually, maybe I have one.
In your store or in your collection?
No, in my store.
Yeah.
I think the one I have is where his head's really like a giant. He has a giant head.
Yeah.
What do you think of this book? You had
I
time to
bought
read
a
it yet?
copy from you, so.
Do you have time to read it yet?
No, man, I have them in a pile like you've got there. I don't have time to do anything. I need to. Yeah, that book looks pretty good too. That's an older book though, isn't it?
Can't remember where this one came from either. Let's see.
Tomorrows. Okay. Wow. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, there you go. Did you find those two new facsimiles, the one of the first Sergeant Rock comic and I forget what the other one was?
I didn't see this. Maybe it's not DC, huh?
No, it's their DC facsimiles. See if I can't
DC's
remember.
putting them out.
Huh?
DC's going to be putting them out. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah. It was. Let me see if
It's
I can't
probably
find.
the new previews and stuff just came out this week, so it's probably going to be up there soon.
Yeah, it's a facsimile of the first Blackhawk from the Golden Age, which I think has been reprinted before, and the first appearance of Sergeant Rock.
Hmm.
Um, so you had a Lady Death convention half a block from your store this weekend?
Yeah, that happened this weekend. Yes,
I didn't know there were conventions just for Lady Death.
he does. It's the creator, Brian Polito. He does it once a year.
Does he live there locally?
Yeah, he lives there, and his headquarters is right there too.
I'm gonna give myself the camera. This is the our army at war is going to be one facsimile, and the other one is this issue of Military Comics.
Hmm.
Um,
So let me ask you: do you want the blank version or do you want the foil?
you, hey, did you put that Hawkman that was on the left side in your display case in my pile?
No, I didn't. I don't remember you asking for that. No.
Yeah, I did, but everyone we were all talking at the same time. But yeah, I keep thinking about that. Not the one where he's fighting the alligators, it was the other one.
Okay.
And eventually, I've been waiting on my wife to get a W-2, and it's like over a month late. So we were going to file together, but I'm going to file separately, and then I don't know how much money I'll get, but if anything, back from the IRS. But that should help me get some stuff off my old pile.
I have a
Let's see.
package coming and it contains. I had a guy make me this mask.
Oh yeah. Okay. So this is what are we looking at? The cover of the Creeps.
This is a reprint.
I know it's there was an issue of I forget what Warren magazine that had a photograph of that mask, but that's a
Yeah.
different photograph. I think that really looks very convincingly like an old Warren magazine. I have to admit. John Goris says Lady Death came out same time as around Spawn, right? Yeah, that was a 90s thing.
I'll have to show you guys the mask when it comes in. He just
Yeah.
shipped it out. It took him a month to make it. He shipped it out today.
What do you call a mask that doesn't have eye holes? Is it just decoration, I guess?
It's just for display.
Yeah. As I realized my vampire woman mask doesn't have eye holes. It's not, it's,
It's better because then you don't have to worry about it cracking right there.
yeah. And it does look much better on display. And how often am I going to wear a vampire woman mask?
So you can foam fill them too, and then they'll last forever.
Do what now?
Foam fill it.
Really? I don't know about that.
Yeah, because if you don't do that, it'll just over time it's going to deteriorate and crumble.
Yeah. That happened to a gorilla mask that I inherited from my older brother. It just started falling apart.
And don't put it on a styrofoam head either.
Okay.
Yeah, because something in the gases in that styrofoam, it hardens the mask.
Okay.
I learned that the hard way.
That's a book I got a couple of birthdays ago for my wife.
Yeah, this is a good book.
Yeah. That's the mask that you just showed there for a second on the one more page in. I think that's the mask that I'm talking about that doesn't have eye holes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is a good book too. That was a great episode of Leave It to Beaver.
I didn't know he was a big horror collector.
Jerry Mathers is?
Yeah, he used to get the props and stuff because they would throw them away. I've heard stories that he would get them out of the trash. Some of these movie sets, he would get the props.
Oh, okay.
You didn't hear that? You haven't heard that story?
No, never.
Well, it probably talks about it in here.
That's another book I've got to sit down and read. You know, I've got so much to read, and um, so is this your read pile? It's a read pile.
Yeah, this is it. And then I have my watch pile.
Oh, that's a movie. Oh, I mean, or TV show. Yeah, I've never heard of that movie. I haven't heard of that either. That's cool. Wow, yeah. So, what is the big thing this week coming out in comic stores?
Savage Sword of Conan, #1.
It's comic size or a magazine size?
Magazine size, and it's on newsprint, like real. It reminds you of Famous Monsters paper.
So, is it done by the same company that's doing Conan?
Yes, Titan.
Okay. Could you send me a copy, please?
Yeah, you probably
And
want the Joe Jusco cover. You probably want, right?
that probably it's the one that looks most authentic, like the old Marvel magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. What are the other covers?
I can't remember the artists, but they weren't that good.
What about the interior art? Is it good like the comic has been?
There's two stories. The second story, the art looked better,
Okay.
but it's all black and white.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, that's good news. Anything else coming out?
That was the only thing I really.
Did you get a Vampirus Carmilla like a week or
Yeah.
so ago?
No, there's one this week. It's in your pile.
Okay, you're putting those in my pile. It's got like a woman with a skeleton or something.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, good. Yeah, because I think I saw Jambo showing that. I'm going, oh shoot, I want that. Let's see what
Yeah,
people are.
yeah, it's in your pile already.
Cool, thank you. Paula says a short bit earlier, Lady Death appeared in the Evil Ernie comic before she had her own title. And Paula says Mickey Mouse appeared in Savage Dragon. Now that it's public domain, Eric Larson decided Mickey needed to be a bad person. Won't say those horrible words. What music is playing in the background, Gratu? This is music that used to play in roller rinks in the 1950s. There's a record label called Rinks, RINX. And they usually have yellow labels. They're 45 RPM records, and they were sent out, I guess, on a subscription basis to people that ran roller rinks so that when they didn't have, because back then they just had organists in roller rinks, and then when they didn't have an organist, or they scheduled that night, they'd play these records, and it's all the whatever's popular at the time, and they were going right through the 60s and 70s. So there's even organ versions of the Munsters theme and stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay. Missing Mars. It says Gratu. Oh, okay. We're getting to see more of your house. This is cool. That looks like Richard Ramirez. If you ever had a ghost in your house, they'd probably just say, fuck it, I can't compete with this. I'm going somewhere else. Missing Mars says, Kevin, wow. Oh, look at this, man. Cool. Are these all NECA figures?
This one is.
That looks really good.
This one's Jada Toys.
Okay.
The rest are all Jada Toys.
Yeah, I've never seen that Invisible Man one.
It's cool. Look how you can.
Oh, wow. Interesting. That's really clever. Oh, okay.
You can put this head on him too.
Missing Mars says, I've never seen the Invisible Man either, Gratu. That's kind of a pun. Have you heard that they're reviving EC Comics?
Yeah, that's been the big news.
Or do you know anything about the people doing it?
It's Oni Press, I think.
What are they like?
Remember that book that what's it called? Dwellings.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's Oni Press.
Okay.
They don't put out very much stuff that I order, but I'll definitely order that. EC. They've done it before. Remember, a few years ago they.
Oh yeah, but it was terrible, and that was actually officially licensed. I
Yeah,
guess it was. Oh yeah, it was terrible. I remember it being terrible.
I think that was put out by Paper Cuts.
Okay. Yeah, that was embarrassing. Well, do you have a stack of comics to read, or you just read them in the store?
Sometimes I'll bring them home.
Oh, Eric Breen says, I expect Oni's EC to be more like the new Boris Karloff than something you better get excited about. Yeah, that's how I was thinking. Yeah.
This is a prototype.
Oh,
They were going to make candy containers.
huh. Interesting. Library 88 says pleasing visuals. You ever watch Jerry the Jitterbug on YouTube?
Never heard of them now.
Well, he's a guy that conserves comics, and he shows he takes this ragged X-Men #1 and he he's able to formulate um, old pulp, and fix pages that have chunks gone and recreate paper where it never was and make it blend in, and he's able to take out acid and dirt from the pages and put the book back together. Just it's very interesting how he does it, and it's not. I don't know how all this CGC garbage works, but apparently you don't. The way he does it, you don't get a restored classification; you get a conserved classification. Anyway, it's kind of like watching someone in the Library of Congress showing how they preserve the Declaration of Independence or something. It's just, oh, we're getting to see your personal collection here.
This is just DC Comics Presents, but it's the whole. I have the whole run here.
Oh, okay.
That's all that is. How many issues did it go?
I remember buying the first issue of that comic, which I think is
97 issues.
The first issue came out, what, about 1978, maybe? I remember buying that in the Century bookstore at the Forum 303 Mall right after we ate at the Piccadilly cafeteria like it was yesterday. There it is. I think people charge a lot for that now, I think. But I don't know. Yeah, I was pretty excited when that came out. I'm going to switch to my camera for a second. Guys, there's on YouTube, there's something called Herb Trimpe, We Love You. And the guy that put it up is John Michael Riley. It's just like home movies of Herb Trimpe. I haven't watched it yet. I just discovered it like last night, and I have it in my to watch list. But it's like a it's like monstrous green-skinned fellow who changes into this form under that's is that Flo Steinberg, the secretary at Marvel, I think. This is just an amazing documentary. I can't wait to watch this. So it's apparently been up for 6 years and has had 11,000 views. So maybe I'm the last person to discover it. Anyway, back to some cool visuals. So wanting to tell people about that. The room you're in, what room is this in your house? Is this a living room?
It's in my desk, my office.
An office? Okay. Yeah, the property tax people in the county I live in are about to start going into every house in the whole county to inspect, to determine, property tax values. They're not just going to look at the exterior, they're going to go into the interior. And if you don't let them go into the interior, they're just going to guess what it's like inside, whether or not you have a hot tub or an indoor pool or something. And so it's like, oh man, do I really what are people going to think? But I don't know. Hopefully it will. I don't know. It sounds very fascistic to me. But just imagining someone coming into your place, it's the same thing,
Well, every once in a while, I have to have the cable guy or something come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they get pretty scared.
Oh, they do? Seems like some people would think it's cool.
No, the one guy last time he came, he saw somebody. He goes, he thought somebody was sitting there, but it was a fake corpse or something.
So the Library 88 says, "Oh yeah, I need to rewatch that Trimpe footage. Saw it pop up on my YouTube again recently too. Okay, so everyone knows about it but me. So a lot of the people from the Lady Death convention came into your store.
Yeah, but I didn't have too much that they needed.
Uh,
Some of the guys collected other stuff, but some of them are just Lady Death only.
that's pretty weird to be just into one thing. That's not the sign of a very interesting person. John Goris says, my exterminator man has gotten used to the madhouse here. Well, Svengoolie has a girl assistant now named Gwen Gooley that's played by a young lady named Pinup Palmer. And my wife likes Pinup Palmer. We discovered her around Christmas time on YouTube, and I would watch her on Svengoolie, except I don't have an antenna to pick up MeTV. I don't know if I could pick it up here if I tried. I'm sure there's some way I could get MeTV, but
Can you just watch it on their website?
does MeTV have a website?
Thought so, unless I'm thinking of something else.
Well, if they have a website, I could just maybe beam it to my television, to my Roku, possibly. That would be good. The thing about MeTV is it run all the shows they run are all edited for time. All those classic shows have been edited for years to fit in more commercials. So, but it's still fun to. Something's still fun about watching something that's live and other people are watching it with you. It's still a communal experience as opposed to putting in your own DVD or in your own collection. Oh, you made a whole little room for him. I didn't. Wow. That's pretty neat. What the other stuff around him, where did that come from?
Some haunted mansion.
Oh, okay.
Little diorama.
You know, the thing is, on the TV commercials, those chains were attached to his chest. They look like
I'm trying to figure out how to attach these here.
Oh, that's not on the actual figure. You added that?
Yeah, these are Frankenstein's chains.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks good that way. I wouldn't do it the way the cartoon commercial is, because that would look a little too fetishistic.
Do you have your creature mask right next to you?
My what mask?
Your creature mask, or is that in a different room?
It's downstairs. I mean, I could go get it.
What room are you in? Comic book room?
Yeah, it's the comic book room is technically what the elevator says is the third floor, but it's really the second floor if you don't count the basement. Yeah, I'll figure out what the manufacturer is of that. It was just a cheapo mask that you could just get at the supermarket, but
I think I know which one it is. I think it's a Universal Monsters, like in the early '90s,
that's right. That's about the right time period. Yeah.
like officially licensed one.
Are,
Yeah,
are
that's a
they
good.
are they valuable now?
I don't think they're valuable, but they're pretty good one. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I need to be. I think it's on a styrofoam head, so I need to rectify that. Now, my wife has got a bunch of heads that because she's a cosmetologist, and when they go through cosmetology school, they give you these like mannequin heads with real human hair, and then you can cut and style. And so I need to probably put those masks on those heads, those plastic heads, so that
Yeah, I
they're
used
not.
to use the styrofoam heads because it seems like a good idea.
Say that again.
And then I used to use those styrofoam heads because it seems like a good idea, you
There
know?
was no other choice. That what else existed 20, 30 years ago? It's the only logical thing to put them on.
Well, I guess the best thing is just get a metal paper towel holder.
Oh yeah, well, I never thought that deeply about it.
Mm-mm. So I see
Let's
a
see
lot
what
of people using that.
Friar Tuck says. No on being able to watch Me TV through a website. I believe there's a channel like Friendly TV, but you have to pay to watch Me TV. Yeah, that's weird when you have to pay to watch a channel that has commercials. Seems like they'd want as many people as possible to be able to get out the commercials so they could charge more for the commercials. There used to be another channel like that. I don't know if it's still on the air called Hot TV, and Hot stood for History of Television. And they used to run cool old cartoons. Do you know the cartoonist Milton Knight?
Sounds familiar.
He did like Slug and Ginger, and these they look like 1930s comics, but they're kind of racy. He worked on Marvel's Mighty Mouse comic, and then he worked in animation also. He created for Sonic the Hedgehog. What's the name of the evil scientist?
Dr. Evil or something?
No, man, it's something
Oh,
else. Maybe he's not evil. Maybe he's a good guy. I don't know. Is there there's a what's the character in Sonic? I think he was played by Jim Carrey or something in the live action movie.
didn't you have that guy on your channel before?
Yeah, yeah. The reason I
That's right.
mentioned is
That's
I
right.
looked on Face. I never pay attention. Oh, Paulo knows Robotnik. He created Robotnik, which is called Eggman in Japan. Well, anyway, he's the guy that created that character. Anyway, I noticed he contacted me on Facebook and back like in November and wanted to come on and promote an art show that he was having there. I think he lives in Indiana. And I just saw it like yesterday, and I said, "Well, sorry, I never saw this message, but if you want to come on, that'd be great." And he says, "Give me a time." And I thought, "Oh, okay." So I haven't gotten back to him. I was almost thinking, why not tonight? But I'm sure he would like some time. The only thing about it is I love his Facebook page because he always posts great old cartoons and great old music from the 20s and 30s. But he's got Trump, the TDS, real bad. He hates people that are for Trump. And I'm thinking, man, I need to not talk politics when I'm talking to him. And I need to hide my Trump sign because just keep it real cool because boy, does he hate people that like Trump. But sometimes that stuff comes across a lot worse in print. In reality, people are a lot nicer than the way they come across on social media. Um,
I noticed a lot of people are changing their views too.
yeah, I don't think he's changed it yet. So I got to be real careful. And, but anyway, I don't know if maybe he's watching this now, but I sure don't want him to get angry or offended. I'm sure
And
I'm
how far
offending
does
people all the
how
time
far
by
does the
talking.
country have to collapse before it'll change his view?
Say that again.
How far does the country have to like fall before it'll change his view?
Oh, yeah, but if you listen to the media right now, they're saying that Trump is just completely deranged and demented. He's lost his memory. He's because they know that's what everyone's saying about Biden. So they're saying, Trump called Melania some other name, and then they're saying, well, it could have been he was referring to someone that was in his cabinet that had that name that was in the audience, but no, we think he, you know, at least he didn't, Barack Obama several times in speeches referred to his wife as Michael. At least he didn't do that, and oh well. Man, I didn't know that existed. I was thinking that must be the only non-Star Trek action figure of William Shatner, but I'm sure there's T.J. Hooker ones. I think that was a pretty big show. I never watched an episode of T.J. Hooker ever, but I'm sure that it got merchandised. Wow.
The DC comic cover coming out.
Shatner does?
Yeah, I think it's a World's Finest.
How does that what is that gonna how does that figure into World's Finest? William Shatner.
Just to try to sell a cover, I guess.
Oh, okay.
And I guess Marvel's supposed to be changing the pricing on their comics to $3.99.
They're going down?
Yeah.
Are they gonna reduce the page count?
They didn't. I don't think they mentioned that.
Yeah. That's yeah, what are they now? $5.99?
I've seen them. I've seen some of them like $9.99.
Yeah, I don't. When was the last time? Yeah, I don't know, man. So what's weird is that. So what is the company doing Conan now?
I think it's Titan.
Titan, but Dynamite has Red Sonja. Does that's weird that the Robert E. Howard characters are divided up among different companies. Okay, I'm looking at the here. I'm gonna give myself the camera for a second. Is this the cover?
Yeah.
That's the good cover for the new one.
Yeah.
So they're not
Yeah.
using the exact logo of Marvel. That would probably be Marvel's property, I guess. Interesting. Wow. Huh. Man, what is that supposed to be with?
The that Dracula figure I showed you earlier.
Oh, okay.
Because that company didn't have the Universal monster rights.
Yeah.
So he's based on the play.
Oh, okay. That's clever to.
Yeah, they got Lugosi rights, but they didn't have Universal Monster rights.
Okay.
So he's a little different.
Well, yeah, that's unmistakably Dracula. Paulo says another 3 years before the first Conan story goes into the public domain in the U.S., but the name Conan will still be trademarked. Okay. Didn't you last time we were live? Didn't you show a stack of comics? Oh yeah, you did. Like early '70s Marvel horror and stuff. Did you decide whether those were all going in your own personal collection or whether you were selling any of those?
I'll probably end up selling all those.
Oh, okay. But you haven't put them up for sale yet, right? They're
No, I looked through them. I wasn't that interested in them.
okay. Those are still at the store though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me look at those again because there were two, three, four of them that I know I don't have that I would be interested in once you price them. I wonder what someone tuning in right now to the show and seeing this is thinking.
I don't have anything else to show you guys or show you guys.
Oh well,
I got some cool stuff at the store, but I'm not there. Like I got a creature candy bucket
oh yeah,
because I showed you my Frankenstein head one, right?
right, yeah,
Yeah, so I got the creature one that goes with it, and
uh-huh.
I got some vintage 1958 novelty snakes, big rubber snakes.
Uh-huh.
They're pretty cool. Like they used to sell them at Disneyland. I remember, like 30 years ago.
Okay.
So I guess they had the same stamp on them since like the 50s.
Cool. I remember rubber snakes used to be for sale just about everywhere you went. I wonder what happened to that.
Yeah, there's some companies that make them. They're just not the same.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that trash fiend is certainly something that looks intriguing. Well, you're welcome to stick around on the show in the background. I was going to show some stuff, or if you need to go eat or something. And anyone else that's welcome to come on, I'll put the link here again. If anyone wants to come on.
Yeah, I'll stay on and watch your stuff.
Okay.
I didn't have anything to show today.
Well, that's how I feel, but in reality, it's like every, you know, other people are saying, no, everything's amazing. Um, let's see. I was kind of, I was kind of trying to I'm wanting to look at some things in my collection if I can find them, because sometimes I'll see people show things on Facebook or something, and I'm thinking, do I have that? I need to go through and see if I have that. Now I got to figure out where that stuff is. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Look at that. What are you? Were you filming with a phone, or what? What are you filming with?
Right now,
Yeah,
this is my phone.
that Mail Order Mysteries is a great book. Um, Missing Mars. Thanks much, Kevin. Your collection's super cool. John Goris says, found a cool little black rubber snake on a parking lot, probably out of a bubblegum machine. I put it on a cool looking branch I brought in. All I need now is Adam, Eve, and an apple. Man.
This is a cool book right here. What are you looking for right now?
Well, um, Marvel's greatest comics. Would probably. Oh, I see where it is. It's not a. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. That's pretty incredible. Wow, Library 88 says, Wowza, love that Twilight Zone bunny and Golden Age original art page, Kevin.
It's not Golden Age, but it's unpublished. It was a Creepshow 2 graphic novel that was supposed to come out that never came out.
Oh.
Because Marvel bought the rights, and then after they bought the rights, they realized that well, they didn't really own the rights. Somebody else did. What that is. And I'll have another page that's just penciled. And this page is inked. This page is inked, and that one's just penciled. I found out who the writer was, but I didn't find out who the artist was. I still don't know.
Oh. John Goris says that scene freaked me out so much as a kid. What with the rabbit coming out of the hat? Live radiate on nice, very cool. Let's see. Oh, excellent. Oh, wait, what do you got there? Let's see. Oh, a creep show poster. Oh, it's a real recreation of the creep show poster. I looked away for a second. Is that a mass-produced thing or something hand-created? That's great. Wow. What's the story on that?
This is a life-sized ticket taker booth.
Oh, it's life size. Yeah, I couldn't get a sense of scale there. Holy smokes. You say I don't have anything else to show you. Is this a one of a kind thing, or is there more than one of these made?
He's made another one, but it's not as good.
Oh, what's the name of the artist, or do you care to share?
Christopher Nelson. You guys have probably heard of him.
That's just incredible, man.
It looks better with the lights. It has lights and stuff inside of it.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if I can plug it in.
Yeah. Yeah, we've never really gotten much of a tour beyond the office of your house. I don't know. I always just figured you were very private.
I can't really get in here. That's why.
Oh, that's what Paulo was saying about his place. Saying that's why I'm staying at my mom's. I can't really, at my parents, I can't really get into my house, my apartment, my condominium, whatever.
Yeah, it's hard to move around in here. I have everything on the floor.
I know the feeling, man.
The only reason I'm in here now is because I put a table in here and I could get some stuff off the floor.
Is there any room that's comfortable in your house, or is it just all?
Not really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the curse.
There's no balance. It's either own nothing or own everything.
Do you have any copies of this in your store, Marvel Collector's Item Classics?
I used to have some. I don't know if I still do.
This later became Marvel's greatest comics. It reprints Fantastic Four stories, but in the early days, it was a square-bound big book that sold for $0.25, and it had Fantastic Four, but it also had early Iron Man stories and early Hulk stories and Doctor Strange. And in the late 70s, when Lone Star Comics first opened their very first brick and mortar store in the summer of 77, Same summer Star Wars came out, a comic store opened in my town of Arlington, Texas. I guess you'd call it a city. And
Okay, check
this
it
was
out.
something I could afford. Oh, holy smoke. Let me give you full screen for that. Wow. That's great. That's great.
See what's better with the light on, right?
Yeah, it looks better than the actual poster for the movie. It's just if they just created that and took a photograph of that and used that photo as the movie poster, it would have been even better. That's beyond words great. I wonder if Stephen King was to see that. I bet, of course, Stephen King is also a flaming liberal, but I think he would appreciate that.
You can use that as a thumbnail right there.
Yeah, that is so. I just realized how long ago that was. Oh man, hold on. Just keep it. Go back up there. Like I was looking at my head is at the same angle. I was going, oh my gosh, I'm starting to look like that. But anyway, yeah, that movie came out when I was in high school. I remember going that Friday night, all excited. There's a movie coming out that's made like EC Comics, and I was really thrilled.
They used to play it on TV all the time. That's how I found out about it.
Yeah.
They actually played part 2, I think, more than they used to play part 1.
Yeah, part 2 was, not as good, and by any stretch of the imagination. In fact,
I really liked part 2.
Well, I mean, it wasn't as good as the first one. You got to admit. I mean, it's like saying I like Battle for the Planet of the Apes, but it's really not anywhere close to the ballpark of Planet of the Apes.
But I mean, you get way more. It was way longer. I think it's like twice as long, even.
What Creepshow was?
The first one's like twice as long as the second one. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The other one was I mean, it had.
That's probably why they didn't play it on TV as much.
Yeah. Oh, John Goris asked, wasn't there a rat in there with the skeleton?
Yeah, there he is. Look.
Oh, there he is. All right. It looks like this artist has not left anything out. Even the way the hair is blowing and it's exactly accurate.
Yeah, the sign is accurate. The hand. Yeah. I just need to get some vintage tickets because these tickets are too new.
Well, what do the tickets look like on the movie poster?
I'm not sure.
That is just incredible. So that's like having basically a phone booth in your house, right? It's about that scale.
Yeah, it's like a phone booth, exactly.
Where do you relax and watch movies? In that room that you're in?
No, this is the first time I've been able to stand in here for a long time.
Whoa. Oh, you've been doing some spring cleaning, huh?
Yeah, I almost fell just now.
Oh, wow. Well, anything you could show of your house is that's a lot cooler than mine, man. Wow.
No, I wouldn't say that. I gotta get back to my phone cord.
Anyway, I was really thrilled. I couldn't afford when that comic store opened. I was a little kid. I was 12, right? But I could, you could buy these, and these were Silver Age. I mean, these came out in the 60s, but only a few years after the original stories were printed. And I think it's something, and they're still affordable today because they're not original printings.
Some of the
And
first appearances are like $20, and that's about it.
as far as what are you talking about?
Those collector's item books.
First appearances? You mean the reprintings of the first appearances?
Yeah, I know. So
Oh,
I've
okay.
seen some of them sell for like 20.
Yeah, well, that's nothing compared to what the originals would cost. And
Yeah, thousands. Yeah.
yeah, like this one was being sold for $15, but I think the red dot means half price at Duncanville Books near Dallas. And see it. You can see the stories it reprints, and this is just so exciting.
Yeah, I can't remember which one I had. I sold. I had 2 copies of it at the old store.
It's just really, I didn't realize until really a couple of years ago that the watchers are in the Bible, and they were these angels that were supposed to watch over mankind, but they started to think that, oh, these human women are pretty cute, and they started to have children with the human women, and the human women would give birth to these monsters that would wind up being they just kept growing and growing, and they were, I believe, called Nephilim, and that's what uh, David killed with the slingshot, was one of the Nephilim. That was so anyway. So, well, let's see. This must be the. I was thinking about this the other day, how depressing it is that Mad, they still put out Mad, but there was a time that every month you could go in, or I think Mad actually came out every 2 months. You could go in and to a drugstore or whatever and hopefully find a new Mad into the supermarket, and all these wonderful artists that were still alive. And now I realize Al Jaffe passed away recently. The only original guy that's left is Sergio Aragonis, and it's
Tom
just
Bunk.
it's what?
Tom Bunk. He's been there for a while.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm talking about the guys from the '60s and '70s. That
When did Tom Bunk started? Maybe in the 80s.
Yeah, but to me, I'm talking about my childhood era, and it's like they're all gone. It's just a shame, but I guess that happens. But I don't know Tom Bunk, but I'm sure he's good.
He's like in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, Al
Yeah,
Jaffe was great.
I have a Tom Bunk cover right here.
Um, I recently saw a copy of the letter that Ray Bradbury wrote to William Gaines, and I need to show that to you guys. Here it is. Oh, how about that? Is that the Santa Claus issue? What's that one? Yep. Yeah, someone was talking about that on Facebook this morning, that issue was your dog, my dog is barking at your dog. That's hilarious. Drew, that dog is in Mesa, Arizona, is no threat to you. Oh no, they're barking at each other. Oh man, this is weird. Anyway, I was telling Horror Mike about Ray Bradbury writing a letter to William Gaines about them using his stories without permission. And I was trying to tell him that he loved the stories, and he and I noticed that about a month later he was talking about that damn William Gaines stealing from Ray Bradbury, and it's like, well, no, you maybe you didn't quite understand the tone of the letter. Here, I'll put double screen here. See, this is the letter that was sent by Ray Bradbury, dated what does that say? April 19th, 1952. And it says, the editor, Weird Fantasy, EC Publishing Company, Incorporated, 285 Lafayette, New York, 12, New York. Dear Sir, just a note to remind you of an oversight. You have not, as of yet, sent on the check for $50 to cover the use of secondary rights on my two stories, The Rocket Man and Kaleidoscope, which appeared in your Weird Fantasy May-June number 52. May-June 1952 number 13, with the coverall title of Home to Stay. I feel this was probably overlooked in the general confusion of office work and look forward to your payment in the near future. My very best wishes to you. Yours cordially, Ray Bradbury. And there's the address in Los Angeles. And it's, but then he has this P.S. As it stands, you might think, oh, he's saying, okay, I see you stole two of my stories and combined it into one story. And hey, you know, but then it says, P.S. Have you ever considered doing an entire issue of your magazine based on my stories in Dark Carnival, or my other two books, The Illustrated Man and The Martian Chronicles? I'd be very interested in discussing this with you for some future issue. I think we could do an outstanding job here. May I hear from you? If you wish, I could send copies of my books on for perusal. RB. Does that sound like someone that's pissed off at William Gaines? What he's saying is, hey, you really ought to pay me, but I loved what you did and I want to keep working with you. And I think that's cool. That shows me that Ray Bradbury was a cool guy. He's like, hey, this company EC is amazing. And they didn't pay me, but I want to be friends with them. I think that's cool. Anyway, so I love EC, and I just okay. Wow, is that Donald Trump? That's amazing. No, it's not Donald. I thought it was Donald Trump. It could be almost. That's probably how he felt last Friday when they said he had to pay 300 million or whatever.
I have a Donald Trump toy. I'll show it to you. I think I showed it to you before.
Missing Mars says Gratu 80s Mad was still great. Check it out. Yeah, in the 80s. Yeah, it was still great in the 80s. And then was it the 90s when Harvey Kurtzman and Will Elder came back and did some covers? Yeah, it was when they started having real advertisements in it. And I don't know. Nice.
Did you see last month? Did you see this past month's issue of Mad?
No, all I see is that the Dollar General, the square bound ones that are like collections of the worst of, or they had one today that said
type it in,
all the Star Wars parodies or something.
Type in Mad Magazine number 36.
Oh, is it the one with what's her face, Taylor Swift on the cover?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a pretty valuable issue, actually. What's the interior like of it?
I don't know. I didn't have enough time to even look inside of it before they sold out.
Is it still for sale at your store?
No, they sold out quick.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, that's going to be, I predict that will go up in value because there's a lot of idiots that love that stuff. Yeah, that's cool. I guess it's cool. Oh, okay. Donald Dumpty. So I was thinking about these guys, Trump and Biden, and when they were born, and they would have been growing up with early rock and roll, and they would have been about what, 15 maybe when the Beatles hit. They would have what are they? They're both born in the late 40s, I guess. So let's see, if you're 77, 78 now, or I think Biden's in his 80s. You would have been in college when the Batman TV series started. It just puts, if you think in context of their lives, and then you think, well, Donald Trump really is trying to hide that he's losing his hair. Obviously, he's been doing that for decades, but he combs it into a 50s kind of hairstyle. And of course, Biden has sewn doll hair, I guess, into his head. But it's just that Biden obviously Trump was born rich, obviously, but Biden was just, you can tell he was always an asshole. And he was one of these 1950s asshole bullies. And it's just because just his expressions are like, come on, man. Hey, I'll meet you behind the gym. And, come on, man. It's just a bully from Leave It to Beaver or something. Just a prick. Always has been. And, I'm not going to judge Trump just because he was born rich. It's not his fault. Okay. So some people think that's just terrible. He's a rich guy. Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. All right. Oh. Doomsday Donald. Now, what is the story on this one? Is this this isn't an official one, is it? Garbage presidential candidates. But it's not from Tops. It's from... Okay, so the one you showed was not Donald Trump, but this one is the cardboard one. Special Ed Toys. Yeah, the painting is not as good as the ones on the Tops. It's more it's a pin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. It's a whole different thing. That's why it's not painted like a typical one. Okay. Neat. If anyone else would like to come in, any of the 17 people watching, the link is in the chat. You're welcome to come in.
Did I ever show you this guy?
Oh, no. No, man. You're really into Creep Show, man. No, you never showed this one. Although, don't you have something like it in the store? I could have sworn you had something of him. It's E.G. Marshall, right?
Yeah. Maybe I did show you this then, if you already saw it.
Well, I saw one in your store. Did that used to be in your store?
No, I haven't. I was going to bring it there, though.
Oh, okay. Biden not born a bully, but he born uber privileged. I could have sworn you had one of that actor with some cockroaches in the store.
No, I must have showed them to you already.
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Did I ever show you this Mickey cover I had done?
No, I don't know. What's oh, I love that it has official. That's hilarious. That's no, I've never seen this. This is pretty great. Missing Mars says you could open a closet door and blow him away.
Blow who away?
Him. Missing Mars says Kevin could open a closet door and blow me away. What is who is the artist on that one?
Did I just get?
Well, I just was wondering what the name of the artist is.
Oh, I didn't. I thought I got cut. I thought I'm not here anymore.
No, you're here.
Steve Potter.
Okay. Yeah, he's good. That's hilarious. That's the only thing. See, if I had any blank covers I'd have on any comic, that's what I would do, is something horribly awful. It doesn't matter what the comic is.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I wonder if people are gonna. I haven't heard anyone talking about the death of Ramona Fraden other than a couple of people on Facebook, but that's a huge loss. She just, I think last month announced she wasn't going to take commissions anymore, and then she passed away. So she must have known. Now that one, I could have sworn I've seen this one. You probably did show this one. That's pretty good. That's really nice. Who's the artist on that?
That's John Cebollero.
Oh, that's a one of a kind painted on your blank cover.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
That's fantastic. That should be mass produced. Man, that guy's good. This is just okay. So what is this an actual Garbage Pail Kid artist?
Yeah, he used to, let's see. He used to be. He hasn't done a lot of work recently. Here's one of his older cards.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's
what time period is that from?
Let's see. Early 2000s.
Okay.
Does it say it on there?
Yeah, it looks like it says 2005. Yeah, 2005.
So yeah, he hasn't done much recently.
Are they still making Garbage Pail Kids?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they still make them. Here's another one of his.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think these are all his. I had him out here. He signed a bunch of cards for me.
Yeah.
Here's one of his.
Have you heard from that guy? What was the guy that I bought some stuff from that was out live at your store?
Yeah, I'm going to probably invite him again because it's like 2 months away.
Oh, he was there on Free Comic Book Day, wasn't he?
Yeah, so I'll probably have him out again.
What are the big things coming on Free Comic Book Day?
There's some cool stuff. I saw there's like a Fantagraphics or something put out with Marvel and Fantagraphics.
Okay. So what are they so people don't understand that the free comic books are not free to comic store owners. You have to pay for them and then give them away free in order to publicize your store. Is that the what they're supposed to be doing?
Yeah, they're like 25 cents or 50 cents.
So what kind of what do we have to put out for a free comic book day? Like $1,000? How much do you put out to give away comics for nothing?
I think I only handed out about 1,000 last year.
Okay.
1,000 comics. What's
So
that?
1,000 divided by
$250.
0.25.
About $250.
Oh, okay. So it's not gonna break a comic store.
No, I'm gonna bring a band out. I think this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This
Man,
is
we
this
could
is
we
James,
could simulcast the band on YouTube if they allow it.
this is James Warhola,
Yeah, that's good.
Andy Warhol's nephew.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know much about Andy Warhol's family. That's pretty cool. So do you have a fish tank in your house?
Mm-mm. If I get one, it'll probably be at the shop.
Okay. Because I know you collect those pin plaques, aerating ornaments, and all that.
That's a sketch.
That's a pretty good sketch. Uh, John Gora says he'll load you up with stickers, I guess, for free comic book day.
Here's a sketch.
Wow. Who's this artist?
Local guy, uh, Chadwick Haverland.
You've got some really cool people that live in your area. You know, Missing Mars says, Mr. Goris, you PayPal?
I think I showed you all those before.
Yes, I think so, but they're always great to see. So it looks like I don't have Marvel Collector's Item Classics 1, 2, or 3. I thought I did. Here's number 6.
Oh, that's what it was. It was the one with Fing Fang Foom in it.
Do you think that might have been
His
Fantasy
first.
Masterpieces?
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Not collector's item.
Okay.
Fantasy masterpieces. That's right.
So that's 6. Here's
I
7.
know. I know I had some of those collectors. They're like square bound, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I had some of those.
So what I have been doing is writing on the lid what I need. So let me do that.
Did they put a staple and then they put the square cover, or then they glue it over it? With those?
I'd have to look. It seems like they put a staple in like down, like sideways, and then they glue the cover. I could be wrong. I'll
Yeah.
have to check.
That's why those things are always beat up, because that staple will start to tear through the cover.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, depending on how they're stored, probably so. Here's 9. I've got several copies of 9. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3. There's 10. I actually have that issue of Fantastic Four they're reprinting. Okay, so I'm missing number 11. Because here's 12. Here's 13. Oh, 13. 14. It's just this is how I read these early stories before they were collected in Marvel Masterworks. Oh, let's see what he's showing now.
Got some of these cases for my action figures.
Oh yeah. Missing Mars says, "Love me some Ghost Tank stuff and want to pay you." Oh, Clash of the Titans. Missing Mars says, "Your art that Gratu shows is wicked cool. Where is Medusa?" It says William Medina.
Did they make Medusa? I don't think they did.
I don't know. I never bought any Clash of the Titans action figures. That movie was about 1980. I would have been 15. What I assume is that, well, they made a Kraken, didn't they?
Yeah, they made Kraken. I have the Kraken.
I bet that was cool. I don't know why I didn't buy that. Maybe because I was buying these comics I've been showing you, but it seems like the other ones didn't look as cool. I don't have memories of those Clash of the Titans figures being amazing. Well, that's pretty nice packaging. Maybe I should take it back. Well, I mean the art's great, but the figure, I guess it's okay.
There's no barcode on it either.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that was
This came out in 1980, this toy.
it was 80. Yeah. Is that made to look like old parchment paper, or is it actually aged like that?
No, it's actually aged like that.
Oh my gosh. It looks like it's from ancient Greece.
Yeah.
But the front is amazing looking. John Goris, I
Yeah.
knew this guy used to have the Kraken. He gave it away to his bestie, not me. Yeah, the figure, if you took it out of the package, would not be that amazing. But with the painting there, it's incredibly cool.
The figures weren't bad. Here's the only other one I have is this guy.
Seems like Perseus was kind of crummy looking. That's good. Oh yeah, look, that's great. I just don't remember them that well. Owl says Missing Mars. I'm not sure. Oh, about the Kraken being given away, I guess. Yeah. Not as good as your creep show figures, but yeah, that's cool. That was the ferryman. Was there a scene where they
Yeah.
crossed the river Styx? And it seems like there was. I don't
Yeah, they do.
remember.
Star Wars figures here.
Oh, okay. Look at that. Oh, this is something we've never seen. I have that hammerhead or whatever it's called.
Yeah, he was one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think he was the coolest guy out of the cantina scene.
Always
That
like
was
the
fun.
alien. Always like the alien figures.
Yeah. Yeah, I just found some new footage of the Cramps in their house showing their Lex Interior showing his pre-code horror comics. I just discovered it this morning, in fact, on YouTube.
I have a job at the Hut place set up here too.
Oh, that would be a cool thing to have. Yeah. How expensive are those things now?
I don't know.
The only thing I think I bought from Return of the Jedi was the Rancor. That was really well done. William Medina says, "You have Ralph from The Greatest American Hero." So, did you see my Martian popping thing and how it had corroded? Did you watch
Yeah,
that?
I looked online to see if I could find one, and I found one, and it had the same problem as yours did.
Well, you can buy them now on.
Yeah, there's new versions of them.
They're called Panic Pete.
Yeah,
So, what do you think it was? Just something unstable in the plastic that after 20 years it just like,
probably sunlight got to them or something.
oh, trust me, sunlight never gets into my. I live with blackout curtains. It was something got
I don't
into.
know. Even the little crack in the side of your. Look at this. Let me show you something. That's why I put stuff in here. Look at this one below it. Look at this thing. Look at how yellow this thing is. This is one of the protective cases.
Was it hanging on the wall or something?
No, it was just by a window.
Yeah, of course you're in Arizona.
But look at that thing.
Yeah.
But it
yeah.
saved it. It saved the figure inside.
Oh.
The yellowing went to these.
Now, how much protection do these CGC slabs give to comics?
0. There's no UV protection on this.
Then don't. So, if people have a certain grade on a comic and they hang it up, and then it fades, then it no longer has that grade technically. Does that make sense? I mean, it's.
Can you see those boxes? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them fade inside there.
Well, so yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Those boxes, I can't see them. It's too dark. They have Ken Kelly art on these boxes back here.
Oh, are they He-Man boxes?
No, it's a thing called Manglores.
Oh.
They were figures you were supposed to be able to rip them apart, and then they were supposed to stick back together.
Oh.
Here's the Ken Kelly art.
Oh, that is nice. Manglore Mount. I've never heard of this. What? It's put out by Ideal?
Yeah, because they recalled them. One of these boxes I have is signed by them.
Interesting. Well, Ideal is they must be long out of business. I don't think I've seen anything.
They got sued for this because it was false advertising.
Oh, really?
Or they had to recall them.
Really? Why? What is it really in the box?
Well, you're supposed to rip them apart, and then it says they'll stick back together.
Oh, and they wouldn't?
No, these were the characters.
Oh, okay.
They were
John,
like made out of some kind of rubber.
John Gora says, I dig sepia stained plastics. I know it's weird, but well, we're all weird here.
Yeah, I have a picture on my Facebook of Ken Kelly when I met him. I had him once sign one of these.
Huh. Yeah.
I don't see the signature on it though, unless he signed the top.
And Ken Kelly actually was an apprentice of Frank Frazetta, right? He worked with him as a teenager, I think.
He's like related to him somehow.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I knew it was something like that.
Yeah, like his wife was Frazetta's something. His
uh,
wife is related to Frazetta. That's what it was. The art on these boxes is really good too.
oh yeah, that's great. I never that I was just born a little too early for the He-Man and GI and the small GI Joes. Um, that stuff all came out when I was pretty much in high school. So
Yeah,
I
it was my
appreciated it. I mean, I saw it and thought, well, these are well done figures, but I was just not. I was a little bit past the age of that. So, but I think that maybe I was born at just the right time musically because I was listening to some of the Four Color Fossils that are a little bit younger than me talking on a live stream about a week ago about their musical influences and about the 1990s. And I was thinking, man, I'm glad those aren't my childhood musical influences. I'm glad I um, grew up when I did.
yeah. Nobody remembers these toys either.
Yeah, I sure don't, but there that's neat. You know, I that's neat to see something you never heard of.
It didn't last long. I think the cartoon
Oh, it was an
ended.
actual cartoon.
Yeah, I think they had a few episodes. I think it ended quick though. Yeah, they had. There's the phone. Here's the telephone. They had a phone. They had a lunchbox.
Huh.
They had a T-shirt, and they had like a fan club you could join. And then they had a cartoon. Then it got canceled. And I remember all these toys. They went to clearance. And that's why I got them because I remember my parents bought them all because they were so cheap to buy them.
Oh, okay.
But they're making a comeback now. They're putting them in that comic with the with Great Garlu.
Oh,
Weird, huh?
yeah. Hey, I'm gonna share a screen real quick. I'm gonna
Yeah.
I haven't watched this yet. I discovered it about 4 in the morning this morning, and I want to look at it. This is the Cramps that were one of my big musical influences. Is it coming through? Yes, it
It's not
is.
playing.
All right, let me make it bigger. Um, okay.
We got a whole room full of stuff here. I was just working on some 3D cameras, which is my big hobby. This is a split camera from the late 50s. This actually orbited the Earth in 1959, and then it magically changed into a 3D camera instead. This is a camera here that I had built for me recently by a German. It took him 2 years to build it, and then he died the week after that.
Why does it have two lenses?
Because it's a 3D camera, just like you have two eyes. You need two lenses to take the pictures, and then you look at it in a viewer like this, a deluxe viewer.
So what's the greatest thing that you have in this room? The coolest, most amazing?
My Mamie Van Doren scrub brush.
Wow.
It makes scrubbing so much more fun.
I understand you're a big comic book collector.
Yes, here's some of my big comic books right here. Crazy, Bug House, magazine, From Here to Insanity. These are guaranteed to destroy your mind. Madhouse, very close to Mad. Nuts, Riot, Whack. These are some of these are what I really love, though, is horror comics. The really scary, sick horror comics from the 50s. And I like the sick crime comics, too. I'm a dirty rat, and I got what was coming to me. With a knife stuck in his chest. Authentic police cases.
So this is a nice comic because, you know, he takes responsibility for who he is.
Yeah, there's morals to all these. Crime does not pay. See, it's good. There's a Strange World science fiction comic. Wally Wood did the cover art to that. We have some original art by Wally Wood, which I can show you out here in the hallway. This is the Wally Wood, one of the original logos for Mad when it became a magazine. It was a comic book until the mid-50s, and then it became a magazine. And this was a proposed logo for it that he drew. And here's a page from a story in Crime Suspense Stories, Shock Suspense Stories by Jack Kamen, called Just Desserts. This is the last page of it where he cuts off everybody's heads because they keep telling him, keep your head, calm down, don't lose your head, and stuff like that. And they end up all losing theirs. This is the kind of thing that brought about the comics code.
What advice do you have for young collectors who want to collect the old comics but can't afford the prices?
Well, if you buy the really crummy ones that are falling apart in bad condition, they'll last for the rest of your life, and you don't have to care about them. But they last plenty long time, and they're cheap. People give them those away.
What does Ivy collect?
Oh, all kinds of things. But guitars are one of the things she's collected. I think she's got some to show us right out here. Crazy noise.
Hi, Ivy.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm playing my theremin. It's an instrument you can play without touching it.
Can we try it?
Sure. There you go.
Can you play
Beautiful.
an actual song on that?
Eventually I can.
Yeah?
Yeah,
That's pretty neat.
but not yet.
So this is your guitar collection?
Yeah, this is part of my collection here. This is my favorite guitar, my 1958 Gretsch Fit Atkins. That's what I play on most of my records. This is a National, and it's shaped like a map of the USA. And this is a Dan Electro Longhorn, which is popularly played by Link Ray. It's a 6-string bass. This is a copy of Dick Dale's Gold Sparkle Stratocaster. And this is a Vox Teardrop. Would you like to play the Vox?
Yeah.
Sure.
Will you give me a guitar lesson?
Oh, I'll try. There you go. Stick that on. Let me plug this in.
You know, guitar playing, it's all attitude. She can teach me whatever she wants to teach me, but it's all attitude. You know, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Do you think I'm ready to be the fifth cramp?
All right. I was just let's see. John Goris. I like the Cramps cover of Garbage Man. I think it's yeah, that's an original. Some of their originals, though, have bits from old songs, instrumentals that they add words to. But Garbage Man, I think, is they may have taken some of the background music from an existing. I can't remember. Library 88. Dang, first I was bummed they left the comic room. Now I'm just swinging over Poison Ivy. Yeah, she's kind of disappeared. Some people say she's like in a what do you like a Buddhist monastery, or monasteries for men. I don't know. She, he passed away, and she kind of. I'm not really sure. I'd just be spreading rumors, but she's not doing music anymore. So, you still there, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I was watching.
I've been eager to watch that because I saw he was showing comics this morning. I wanted to see what he was showing. Those Universal monsters that they had, those are like 80s, right?
I've seen those. Those are like early 90s, I think.
Were they from Remco?
Possibly. But it's like late 80s or.
Yeah, I never thought they were that cool. So at the time, I didn't buy them. But now, I'm thinking, why didn't I buy them?
They're not too expensive.
Yeah.
I think there's two ways to get them on card, and they had them in a box too. Not in a box, but like a counter box where they were just loose.
Yeah. Have you ever communicated with the Dark Ride Dracula couple from YouTube?
I don't think not in like not over the phone or anything.
I mean, I put comments, this is great, and they'll like it, on YouTube. But yeah, you guys should subscribe.
I think I caught him on a live stream. I caught him on a live stream they did one time.
Yeah.
And I was talking back and forth.
They'd love your store, that's for sure.
I love the stores that they go to.
Yeah, because apparently the East
There's no
Coast,
stores like that out here.
well, your store here, there's definitely no stores like that. But yeah, the East Coast, it just seems like that's where all that stuff is.
Where is it, Pennsylvania?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Pennsylvania, is that where they're from?
Somewhere up there. I remember years ago, because I was friends with her on Facebook before she, got together with this guy. And I remember she always said she lived in Sleepy Hollow, which is New York, right? I think there's a real Sleepy Hollow. It's not just.
Yeah.
I think the dog is hungry. I'm gonna feed her real quick. Yes, indeed. All right, I'll be right back. Is there anything you can show them real quick?
Not really. I'll just flip through a book or something.
Okay. Library 88 says, have been wondering where she was, Poison Ivy. I believe it was just her birthday recently. Yeah, I could have been. All right, I got to feed this dog. She's going to devour me whole. All right. What time is it, man? 7:08 Central Time.
It's 6:08 here. That's vomit. It's a cool book. The Art of the Novelty Item. Yeah, I was going to tell you, there's an oddities convention coming up, I think, this weekend.
Where you're at?
Yeah,
Okay.
so maybe I'll go on Sunday.
Yeah, I went to an oddities convention right before the pandemic started with my friend Randy in Dallas. I got a few things, mostly a couple of things I got are like weird skeletons with Barbie heads and stuff that people had made. It's just a lot of arts and crafts by people that
Yeah,
are like witches and stuff. A lot of
that's what
skulls.
most that's what most of it is. It looks like, but I think you could like maybe potentially find something really cool.
Yeah, yeah. I found some cool stuff. Yeah. Um,
But you're right. I think most of it's exactly what you described.
and there's a really great store in Dallas. If anyone ever goes to Dallas, called Curiosities, that's run by an old friend of mine, Jason Cohen, and it's incredible. Um, if any of you ever watched that couple on YouTube that traveled across the country going into every comic book store, um, they were this. They had full sleeve tattoos. It was a guy and a blonde girl that were married. What was that called? I love that show, but they no longer
I've been
do it.
watching the same thing, but they don't go to comic stores. They go to like roadside attractions and museums
Yeah, I
and
wish I could remember what this show was called.
curiosity stores, and it's pretty cool.
But the reason I mentioned them is they went into my friend Jason's store, Curiosities, and man, I bought that first appearance of Black Widow comic book from him, and I don't think it was more than $30. What's the name of the book you're showing here?
This is Cheap Laughs.
What could we see the front of it? Or you probably already showed it, but I was down on the
We went,
stairs.
we just, yeah, we
Oh
went through the
yeah,
whole
this
book.
book. Yeah, I've never seen this. This is great. I know Mark Newgarden. Is he one of Devo?
He's he's one of the inventors of Garbage Pail Kids. Worked at
Oh,
Tops, and he's also Mouse, right?
oh,
He's the
he's
guy that did
Mouse.
Mouse. Yeah, the one with the cats and the mice, right? Am I
Oh,
or am I
oh,
wrong?
Mouse. Oh, yes, Mouse. Maus.
Yeah,
First, I thought you meant. Are you talking about Stanley Mouse? Okay, yeah, yeah. All right, that's where I know Mark Newgarden. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Mark something else is Devo. Yeah, that's
But he worked at Top for many years, like, and I see him on Facebook all the time. And if you have a question, he'll always answer it too.
Hey, can you still get those birds like you just showed in there that dip into the water and continually go?
I think they still make those. Yeah, I've seen those around. Somebody makes those still.
Those used to be at every Stuckey's when you're on the road trip. Yeah, except that's a lot cooler than the one I had. That looks like a total drunk.
Yeah, he's a drunk guy. Clown,
Yeah,
drunk
yeah, with
clown.
the cross eyes. That's great. Oh, that's the back of the book?
Yeah.
Man, I think that would be a better front cover, personally. No, Drew.
He has a couple books out. He has this one too.
Oh, that's charming.
He's a good book too.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to look at is remind myself what 1960s Flash comics I have after watching Captain Strangelove last night or the other night, whenever that show was. I maybe want to remind myself what I already own.
There's Barfo candy. I have a box of that.
I remember that coming out. I remember my friend Randy bought a box of it.
There's a box right there of it.
Was that 80s or early 90s?
I'm gonna say late 80s.
Okay, that sounds about right. What is that washing machine? Like clothes washers?
Yeah, dirty laundry candy.
What?
Yeah,
I never
these are
heard of that.
almost all this stuff was all invented by Mark Newgarden. These were in that. These are in that book right here.
Oh,
Thought I saw them here. Yeah, right here.
wow.
These guys Pluggo candy.
Only thing weird I've seen recently is like toxic waste candy.
Yeah, that's the only kind of novelty candy I see around nowadays.
What does that stuff taste like? What is it?
I think it's just sour. I think just sour candy. Mr. Bones candy, remember that?
Sounds familiar. Oh, what's it look like?
Little coffin shaped containers.
Man.
And you got the fire hydrant candies.
Wow.
I can't see it. There's a little UFO disc up there candy. Sundae ice cream candy. The roller skate candy. Juice box. Garbage candy. That's some of my favorite.
Do you have a wacky package box?
No. I have Garbage Pail Kids, but no wacky packages.
I used to have a couple of wacky package boxes that, I would be in a stop and go and there'd be 2 packs left. And I'd say, could I if I buy these two, could I have the box? And of course, they didn't want to keep the box. They were going to throw it in the dumpster. But somehow they haven't survived to this day.
These are like wacky packages. Crazy.
Oh, yeah, they are. John
Crazy
Goris says,
cool.
can't find fireballs anywhere these days.
Yeah. We used to get those for like, we used to get them for a nickel, I think.
There was another company that had artists that couldn't draw that did a rip-off of wacky packages called Crazy Covers, and they were parodies of magazine covers and comic book covers.
Howard the Duck candy.
Is it based on the movie?
Howard the Duck candy. Yeah, they're little duck heads.
Your dog's barking at my dog again. Because she can hear, I have this show playing on the TV on the first floor. And so she's hearing a dog barking downstairs and a dog barking coming from this laptop. Yeah, I can't
I have a flashlight
begin to explain. Someone would have to have been there in the early 70s when Wacky Packages came out to fully understand how wonderful they were. And I'm sure the same experience you had with Garbage Pail Kids was the same one I had with Wacky Packages.
Yeah, when I look at that first series of those cards, it like takes me right back into time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yeah.
So I looked at those things a million times when I was little.
And that's how I discovered Norman Saunders. And he'd painted the Batman cards for the 66 Topps cards. And now I hear people just discovering Norman Saunders. Hey, I've discovered this great new artist because I'm buying up these pulps because CGC is about to start slabbing them, and this is a whole new frontier. And look at this artist, Norman Saunders. It's like, how do you not know who Norman Saunders is? But that's just me being an elitist, I guess. It's like, I was listening to the Ramones before you. I was there first day for rock and roll high school. It's like, and people are such a-holes. It's like, well, I discovered the music before you did. Well, maybe they were living in Iowa and had no idea that music even existed. That doesn't mean they don't genuinely love it just because they discovered it after you. Anyway. But I still can knock people for slabbing comics because I just think that's really dumb. But I guess it's their money. I don't know.
I try to get people just to take care of their comics themselves. Don't send them to somebody else. They're not going to treat them like you do.
Yeah, because those people that I've seen those graders thumbing through comics. It's like, man, I wouldn't treat a comic that way. They do it super quick too. I wouldn't handle an old comic that way. Let's see. John Gore says, didn't he do the Mars Attacks too? Yeah, along with other artists. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I've got got at least one, maybe two big coffee table books about Norman Saunders. I've got to get new bookshelves. Let me look on Facebook Marketplace right now and see if I can't find some bookcases. I can't stand having stacks of books everywhere, man. It's driving me crazy.
I have my books they're like record racks. It's more of a record shelf than it is a bookshelf.
Are they like the cubes?
Yeah. So you can't fit very many books on them.
I probably should get some of those. Those weren't that expensive from
IKEA, and they're strong. They're made to hold records.
My problem is I had records on some of those, and then the shelves collapsed, and then someone was telling me you just had the shelf up sideways. If you'd store it this way, Maybe you're the one that told me that. I don't remember. Someone showed me if you store it, if you put the cubes this way, then it won't. Oh well.
Yeah, I think I have mine. I think I have mine the wrong way right now.
Yeah. Well.
Now that I'm looking at it, I think I think mine are the wrong way. Yeah, they are. Yeah, because you'd want this facing the other way.
Yeah. Well, let's see what's going on Facebook Marketplace.
You'd want it like this, not like this.
Okay. Is that plastic
No,
or wood?
I don't think it's real wood, but it's not plastic.
Oh, okay.
It's like has that coating on it that seems like it's plastic. This thing's really cool, a garbage pail can.
Yeah. So I'm selling an old 1963 station wagon here for $11,700.
You can get some good classic cars for around that price.
Yeah.
I remember you talking recently about people spending that much on a comic.
Yeah. I heard someone talking about
So you're right.
$15,000 on a comic.
I'd rather take that car than that comic.
Yeah. Especially a comic you can't even open. Just looking at the cover.
But the bad thing about a car, you got to pay. I guess with the comic, you probably have to pay that insurance on that too, though.
Yeah. I wouldn't think. There's someone selling a pool table. Man. I probably got this Herb Trimpe book from you, didn't I? Probably.
Let me see it. Oh yeah, you did. Look at these. I found these. I didn't even know I had them. These bookends.
Well, let me see those. Oh wow! Is that from the Haunted Mansion?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Tales of a Rat. Ghost Stories. What's this one say?
Oh, this explains in the book what that is on YouTube. It says in 1970, New York University student John Riley shot a 26-minute black and white documentary film titled Herb Trimpe, We Love You. At the time, Trimpe had been drawing The Incredible Hulk for over a year and a half, both interior pages and many covers, and his style was resonating with the readers. So that's what you're seeing on YouTube, is this documentary that I just discovered that everyone else has probably already seen.
Oh, cool.
So,
There's so much stuff on YouTube. I've discovered some new thing every day.
yeah.
There's just too much on there to watch. Well, that's what you think, and then certain days you're like, there's nothing on.
Yeah. It's hard to find people into comic books and monster toys that are that I can relate to, that understand it in a way that I, it's a lot of people that, boy, the movie theater down the street got conned into getting Madam Web, and they had to apparently book it for 2 weeks. So they've been stuck with Madam Web for 2 weeks. Movie that I don't think anyone's liked. And but this week I was just driving home, and there was a lady with the pole putting up the letters on the marquee of the new movie playing there this weekend, and it's apparently a movie from the people that made Kingsman, and it's called Argyle, and it's probably maybe it's good. Let me look that up and see what the reviews are.
Did you guys get? No, but did you guys get Godzilla, or did that skip you?
No, I mean they're never gonna. I mean no, they'll never play that. They're trying to. I don't know what they're thinking. I wish they'd gotten Godzilla. What's it called? -0.
Yeah, -1.
I wish they had gotten that instead of Madam Web. I could have told them. There's a little group that runs the theater, and I said, let me join the group. I don't know if the lady I talked to ever spoke with them, but I could give them some advice on booking that theater. But anyway,
I haven't heard anything about that Madam Web.
It's supposed to be real bad, like almost like worse than one of those TV shows like you see on the CW.
Is Spider-Man even in it?
Apparently he's in it as a baby. It takes place, I guess, 25 years ago. And I guess you see Ben Parker and you see May Parker, and there's a baby, and that's Peter Parker. So I guess that's how they explain that Madam Web is a young, pretty girl instead of an old lady. She will become an old lady by the time Spider-Man's. I guess it makes no sense what Sony's doing. No one knows who Madam Web is. Nobody knows who that is. And I think there's a few Spider Women or something. They're in the movie for a few minutes that she's a mentor of or something. From what I understand. But I don't think anyone cares about these movies about Spider-Man villains and when Spider-Man's not in them. No one cared about Morbius. I don't think anyone's going to care about Craven. I mean, Venom could make some money because there's enough people into Venom, but I don't think those movies were any good. I never saw them. I was never into Venom, so I don't know. Maybe. Okay. They're saying that this Argyle movie is slick, thrilling, and hilarious. It's directed by Matthew Vaughn. Matthew Vaughn, what has he done? Okay, the first Kingsman movie was amazing. Second one wasn't as good. He made Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, Snatch, Layer Cake, Stardust, Kick-Ass. The first Kick-Ass was great. Oh, yeah, Kick-Ass was great. The first one was great. X-Men First Class was great. Okay. And then Kingsman. Yeah, this guy can make a great movie. I'll go Friday night to see this movie, Argyle, with my wife. It has the potential to be something good. I don't know. Nothing. I used to love movies, and they don't make good movies anymore. It's not me. I didn't change. They changed. I'd like to go to a movie theater and sit and watch a movie. It's comic books, movies, music. Although I'm discovering there's some good new music, but I have to really search for it. What is William Medina saying? Better off seeing Demon Slayer animated film. What is that? I don't know what that is. Let me look
That's
up.
Japanese anime.
Well, that's not going to play at a little theater.
That's like it's a really popular manga book that kids read.
So, okay. I don't know. Let me look that up.
I can't get into manga. I've tried, or anime.
Okay. As far as anime, I mean, I enjoyed Speed Racer as a kid. I was aware that it was Japanese as a second grader.
Yeah, I have a
Then what else was I exposed to? Years later,
this was good. Akira is good.
Yeah, years later, I never saw Akira. I hear it's great. I was exposed to Astro Boy, the original early '60s Astro Boy. I love that. I like Devilman, the early '70s Devilman. That was really cool. I liked Urusei Yatsura. That was like about it was like Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie, but it was one of those Japanese demons. I think they're called Oni or something. But she's like, this crazy, but she has horns and like a tiger skin bikini. That one seemed okay. Or am I mixing that? Is that what it was called, or was it called Lum? There was something called Lum. It seems like I like that. Yeah, but for the most part, that whole genre is never really interested me. Yeah. And then there were the really horribly insane ones that came out in the 80s. I forget what those were called.
I tried watching this one.
Suki Doji or something. It was like the ones with all the tentacles and stuff. Well, let's see what you got there.
Just another popular one that all the kids.
Yeah. I even kids around here are wearing shirts of that, and I know that was playing in theaters back in Texas before I left. And
the guy who created it, I guess X-Men is his influence.
Yeah. William Medina says there are manga for adults. Yes, I'm very well aware of that. Devilman Lady is cool. She's like an angel. No, she isn't. What is she? She has like wings. I think she's supposed to. I don't know what she is. She's like a bird woman. But let's see. Her name is Lum. Okay, Lum is the character in Urusei Yatsura, whatever. Yeah, I like that. That was entertaining to me, but I'm not going to completely condemn the whole genre. But of course, when I was in 7th grade, they started playing Battle of the Planets, and the design of that show looked cool, but there was so much I could tell changed, and they'd insert these R2D2 American footage of animated R2D2 in, but to pad out the show, all the bloody scenes they cut out, they put in a little robot talking to you about cooperation or how good it is to share, so you wouldn't have to see all the heads being cut off or whatever. And then there was the one about the giant battle cruiser Yamato, about the World War II battleship or aircraft carrier, whatever, that was turned into a spaceship. I never watched that, but I hear it's good. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know, what I got into though, big time in the 90s was live action Japanese shows, superhero shows. And because I met this guy that was really into Ultraman and another guy really into Kamen Rider, and they had tons of VHS tapes that they traded with people in Japan or were recorded off of Laserdisc. And then I thought, over in Japan, we never, when Spider-Man came on TV in 1978, it was just so bland. And the Hulk, it was like, basically it was okay. It was the fugitive, but he turned green for a little while at the end of the show, but it wasn't the comic book, but it was an okay TV show. But in Japan, they went insane, and there's just villains and heroes popping all around, and insane giant robots. And so when they did a Spider-Man version, a Japanese Spider-Man, Toei Studios, it was unbelievable. It wasn't that close, really, but I mean, he looked more like Spider-Man than the TV show in the United States, but the character had been changed.
Yeah, he just had those bracelet things on.
What's that?
He just had those bracelets on, right?
Yeah. Well, I think he had those in the American version too.
Did he?
Yeah, I think so, because that's how they explain the web fluid. Or maybe he had a belt in the American version, like a utility belt, or like that was on the outside of his suit. I don't remember, but it was the studio called Toei that did all the Kamen Rider shows, and they did all these other insane shows, and then Subaraya, I think, was the company that did the Ultraman shows, and they all blew my mind. And then at a certain point, I was really into it, and then Power Rangers came on, which was one of those Toei shows called Zoo Ranger, and they just took only the fight scenes from the Japanese show and filmed new scenes with these bland American actors. And
Yeah, made it like Saved by the Bell.
yeah, and
And
but it was
I
giving
think,
you a taste of what the original shows were like.
yeah, because they had the
And then
cool
they brought
fighting
over
scenes.
some others. They had like VR Troopers, and that was based on some, forget what Japanese show that was. And then they brought, I think they had a Masked Rider one on Saturday morning that was based on one of the Kamen Rider ones. But I got into that stuff big time for a while. So, and I was really into Godzilla, but I just don't know how to. What studio put out Godzilla -1?
It's Toho.
Well, when it starts streaming, I'll see it somehow. What I want to see is on Netflix. It's an Archie's movie that's from India, and
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
yeah, and it's supposed to be. I don't know. I saw someone. Maybe it was Dan Parent, the guy that does the Archie.
I heard somebody talk about it. They said it's more Archie than like our American Archie.
You saw the same bit that I saw. That's what he said. It's very, yeah, because the American Archie is just Archie sleeping with Miss Grundy, and it's just terrible. It's
The Archie, the comics just turned into the only good ones are the horror ones.
yeah, but they're a whole different thing. I mean, it's not really Archie. It's something else, and they're so
horror.
They just changed. They morphed into something completely not what they originally were. And I guess it all started when they team up with the Punisher, and then they became trying to make it cool. And
Did you see the Uncle Scrooge comic that Marvel's going to put out with the Alex Ross cover?
no, really?
Yeah, look at the cover. Type in Uncle Scrooge, Alex Ross, Marvel. Type that in.
Okay. Is that something you've ordered?
It hasn't even come up for order yet, but it's something I will order. Yeah.
Oh, Marvel owns Disney. I forgot. No, Disney owns Marvel.
Yeah.
Sorry, Uncle
It's,
Scrooge.
it's
That
called like,
sounds interesting. Alex Ross can fix anything.
well, it's just his cover. I doubt he's doing the interior.
Yeah, Alex Ross.
But look at the
Um,
cover. It's awesome. It's called the Destiny Stones or something like that. It's just they're gonna try to do like
oh,
the Infinity Gauntlet or something with the Uncle Scrooge. It looks like.
and the Infinity Dime. I hope they don't make it. Yeah, that is good. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, that's interesting to see Alex Ross doing Funny Animal.
And then another cool thing I saw coming out, Dynamite's doing it. It's Space Ghost.
Oh, really? Okay. Do you have any? You don't have any idea when that? You just said you didn't know when Uncle Scrooge is coming out.
I'm gonna guess 2 months because it's just now got solicited in the new catalog.
Oh,
What's
okay.
March? So April, May. It'll come out in May.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, definitely order me a copy. That sounds cool. Although it probably is just a cover buy. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, 6 days ago, Space Ghost. Okay. Must be this. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm watching on my TV, so it takes a second for you to catch up.
Oh, okay. Probably because it says 6 days ago.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, look at this. There's one that's made like a Gold Key comic. This may be one where I might be one of those idiots that buys two different covers.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. If they do it right, who did it? DC, where they did an origin story. I don't want an origin story. I don't care about the origin. Oh yeah, here's one that's made to look like a gold key, but like a gold key, like Dr. Solar kind of thing. May 2024. I might want 3 covers. Those are all great.
That's a good cover.
Um,
Oh yeah, I was right. It said May, didn't it?
yeah. So yeah, Dr. Silver Age is gonna shit when he sees this. Interesting. Well, but Dynamite is a cover company. The interiors are always terrible. I mean, are they ever any good? Do they ever occasionally do something?
I can't remember ever seeing a good interior, but I've seen a few good stories.
Okay.
Yeah, they just need to get a good artist. They don't really. I think most of these people, they just want to crank out the comics fast and they just cheap.
Yeah, because people don't ever read comics. They just buy them and slab them. Here's Drew Barrymore reading a Tales from the Crypt reprint.
Yeah.
She finally hit the wall. This is how they got up in the squares on Hollywood Squares. It's just about to post that on Instagram. And that letter. Oh, what am I going to show you? Wait till they do this. This is just some drawing I found. I don't think they're going to do it yet, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Hong Kong food.
Yeah, like a photorealistic Hong Kong Fooey. I was here's a letter, another letter like that Ray Bradbury letter, except this one's not as friendly. It's dated May 2nd, 1978, signed by Stan Lee. And it says, Mr. Steve Gerber, 147 South Avon, Burbank, California. Dear Steve, pursuant to the contract between you and Marvel Comics Group dated October 7th, 1977, your employment, in accordance with said contract, is hereby terminated as per paragraph 6D, as you have fallen behind in submitting material in excess of 2 months' work requirement and have otherwise violated our agreement. Such termination is effective immediately. Stan Lee, publisher. And it's CC, Mr. James Galton, Mr. James Shooter, Mr. Saul Brodsky, and Mr. Barry Kaplan. So that's his letter being fired from Marvel. I remember Howard the Duck buying it, and it's like, there's no story in this. It's just text, because he didn't get it to them in time for the artist to draw it. So there were just like big illustrations and some text. It's just like stream of consciousness or something. And I think that happened a couple of times where they had to get the issue out, but it was, do you remember that?
I don't remember that issue, no.
Yeah, I'll find it at some point next time I go through my H box.
I have some of those. Is it the magazine size ones?
No, it was the color comic ones. Yeah, because he was fired before that. I don't know. He came back, I think, a few times. Let's see. William Medina says, better watching Gotcha Man. Gotcha Man's the original title of Battle of the Planets, right? I think. I could be wrong. Flying submarines called Star Blazers in the States. Oh.
I think I have my Howard the Ducks right here underneath me.
Yeah, Star Blazers. Okay, Battle of the Planets was Gotcha Man, and Star Blazers was the battleship turned into a spaceship. Japanese Spider-Man is cool. Toho. Uncle Scrooge won out on June 19th. Space Ghost won out in May. Okay. Oh, yeah, you got some of the magazines, yeah. Yeah, it's in the magazine, I think, where you see nudity, and you understand that they are actually boyfriend and girlfriend, and it's a little disturbing. But
I collected them because John Pound did the covers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it was, Howard the Duck was cool until they put the movie out, and that just kind of, it's like the Eternals movie just shit all over all the people that were collecting the Eternals, and then their books were worthless. And
I think when I saw Howard the Duck the movie, I didn't even know it was a comic.
Oh yeah, I have a feeling that first appearance of Madam Web and Spider-Man is probably no longer $100 book. People were speculating on that back several years ago.
Yeah, that book never dropped.
That's a great issue there. Yeah, that's a great issue. That's probably the best issue, where he goes back to his home world.
Which one, the Man Thing one?
The one you're showing there, where he goes back to Duck World, I remember it being a great issue. That's obviously Donald Duck there with the sailor suit on right there. Yeah. Well, he's got several with sailor suits on. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty weird too.
When you're a little kid,
I didn't like. There's one that has a little scraps when the art teacher would have you tear out little scraps from construction paper and glue it down and make shapes. There's a Howard the Duck cover that's done like that, and I thought it was really ugly. One of the magazine covers.
Let's see what else I have.
Yeah.
That same artist, Steve Potter, he did this cover for me.
Oh, yeah.
This cracked issue has Garbage Pail Kid on the back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just not buying those books as much in the 80s, during the late 80s. So.
87. Yeah, I think in '87 I bought every single Cracked and Mad I ever saw.
Well, see, that would have been me, 10 years earlier or 15 years earlier, just because I'm a little bit older. Yeah, I think by that point I was in college and the magic of it had worn off a little bit. I just didn't think it was as good as it was when I was a kid. But it was still good. It just wasn't as, yeah, that movie, I don't think I ever saw that movie with what's the Russian guy that played He-Man?
Oh, shoot, I can't think of
I
it.
remember. And then
He was in Rocky too. He was in
and it was
Rocky
it
also.
Frank Langella, Dracula, that played Skeletor, I think.
His name was Ivan. Was it Ivan something? Or that was his character's name? Yes, yeah, that was his character's name in Rocky.
Yeah, no,
Can't think
it
of
was,
his name.
yeah, it'll come to me. One of the 15 people watching has to know. But I never saw that He-Man movie.
This I got this signed when I met Bernie Wrightson.
Oh, yeah. Did you ever find that showcase with the Bernie Wrightson art?
No, but I haven't looked for it either.
Yeah. Dolph Lundgren says missing Mars.
Yeah.
He's correct. Yeah.
Dolph Lundgren. His character was Ivan Dragos or something.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Dolph Lundgren. Somebody drew the Swamp Thing for me,
Wow.
and I guess Todd McFarlane doodled on it. Well, look at where they put that.
Yeah, I see that. What do you mean Todd McFarlane doodled on it?
Yeah, like I think he might have drew that. I don't know.
Oh, so this was done by a couple of artists together playing around?
Well, yeah, one of the local guys was doing it, and I think he told me like Todd grabbed a pen and started messing around on it.
Oh, like he was at a convention and sitting next to Todd
Yeah.
McFarlane, and he thought, okay.
They thought, but they did that on purpose.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. It's like
Put
that
that right
C3, the C3PO card that
Yeah.
was released in Star Wars. Well, these covers who is the artist that did the majority of the work there?
This is Ben Glendenning.
Glendenning.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty good, huh?
Yeah, there's a Glendenning prominent Glendenning family here in the town I live in that run the local car dealership, the only car dealership. And then I saw that in the town square they have a war memorial, and there was a Glendenning that died in the Civil War, so they've been here a long time. I'd never heard the name Glendenning before. Yeah, these now I understand why people buy blank covers. I always thought it was kind of stupid, but
They're cool to get artists to
how
draw.
how do people come up with the value of a comic book that has original art on the cover?
I guess just whatever they charged you, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what like is as a collector's value as it gets older? Is it just based on the artist, or
Whatever someone's willing to pay.
yeah? It's because it's a unique piece of art. It's no longer just a comic book. It's a piece of art. But what I was having trouble with when I painted a cover for you is I was just like, I don't want to have it bleed through. So
No, that's what you want. That's what actually you want that to go bleed into the paper. Because
yeah,
there's
but I
some.
don't want it to bleed through to the interior splash page. You know, I mean, because I was painting with acrylics, which you have to use a little bit of water for acrylics. They're probably using different things like markers. I don't know what they're using, but
Yeah, you can use acrylic paint. Just put a tiny little bit of water with it.
yeah, that's what I was doing.
Don't put a lot of water.
Yeah, because that's the medium I work in the best.
Yeah.
I'm curious who's watching. If you want, those of you watching, if you put your name in the chat, I'm just curious who's watching. Obviously, Missing Mars and William Medina, Thomas Fairfowl. But I'm just curious who's watching. Oh, I just discovered some stuff here in this pile that you sent me. Some of these football cards. Steelers, Colts.
Did I tell you about the little digest that somebody brought in?
I don't know.
Did I talk about it last time? I can't remember.
You'll have to refresh my memory.
Some Charlie Brown and Peanuts and Dennis the Menace little digest.
Guy plural? More than one?
Yeah, the guy had 60 of them.
They were all paperback books or digest?
The little paperback digest, the smaller ones. Like the Mad ones, you know?
Like paperback books.
Yeah, but they were small, like the size of a DVD.
Oh. And okay, Charlie Brown, and what else?
Yeah, and Dennis the Menace. It was all Peanuts and all Dennis the Menace. Like probably 30 of each.
Huh. No, I haven't seen that.
Like they were brand new. You would have thought they were brand new.
Oh,
but
cool.
But each one had the kid's name written on the inside in pen.
That's nothing wrong with that. So are these things you're selling or keeping?
So the guy found them and he wanted to sell them, but he didn't know what he wanted.
Okay.
And I said, Well, I like them. I'm interested. What do you want? I'll give you $100 or whatever you want. What do you want? And he said, "Oh no, I want more than 100." I go, "Well, how much do you want?" And he said, "I don't know. I'll come back."
Oh, has he
But
come
just
back?
no, he hasn't come back. But just
Oh,
the
okay.
condition was just crazy. Seeing the condition of these things. You know how it has the red uh, edges
Okay.
of the book. When you look at the book on its side, each paper must be painted red. On the side.
Okay.
So when you look at the book, it's all red on the side, like right here. It'd be all red.
Okay.
You
Hmm.
know what I mean? So it was still like brand new. Like I mean, they were like none of the paint had worn off.
Yeah. Well,
And I mean,
I
they were
wouldn't think they would be. I
like
wonder.
you would have thought they just like came off the press if you didn't see the kid's name on the inside.
Yeah. I wonder if he was the kid written on the inside.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He said the guy passed away that owned him.
Okay. At his hands strangling him. Yeah. Yeah. Well, wonder whatever happened to that couple that brought in all those Silver Age comics that time.
Who knows? Yeah, probably got him all slabbed.
Oh yeah.
For the kind of money they wanted, they would have had to.
Yeah, did they ever give you an amount or they were just
Um,
fishing?
they gave me an amount. I can't remember what it was. It was astronomical. It was like I think like 60,000 or something.
Whoa. Yeah, that's yeah. Well, if they release Disease X next month, like they're talking about, maybe they'll send us some more of those checks while we're at home being non-essential. Let's see what you got here. That is
I
the
don't
back
think
of what?
it says say
19?
1985
Yes, 85.
series
Oh,
2.
never opened. That's pretty cool.
No, it's open.
Oh, oh, there's not even anything in it. Okay.
There's a stain where the gum was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that gum was nasty stuff. So garbage. At what point did they stop even? When did Tops even stop bothering with gum?
I think it's a law now. You can't have gum in there.
Do you know when that started?
I know when it stopped. It stopped in the 15th series, 80, 89, 88.
Why is it a law?
Because you can't have food mixed with your trading cards. I don't know.
Why?
That, that food would have to be wrapped individually.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you that gum was something. Did you, at least the
Yeah,
gum from the wacky packages, you'd put it in your mouth and you would risk slicing the interior of your mouth open. And then,
yeah.
you would
We
get
didn't
it once
go that gum.
it was something. Yeah.
We'd eat like 10 pieces of that at a time.
I just discovered this book. So, It's like pulp illustration kind of stuff. I mean, it's like a comic strip, but without word balloons. It's more. What's the story on this?
It's like horizontal too, huh?
Yeah, this is. It was done for syndication, so this was in newspapers. It disappeared from newspapers in 1932. Yeah, it makes it weird to put it on a shelf. You got to have a deep shelf, and
There was somebody that bought a comic book that was that way.
Yeah.
To try to be fancy or something. I'm like, don't try to reinvent the wheel. Yeah. Just makes everything more difficult.
Right. What is this? Oh. A coverless comic, Wild Bill Elliott.
Must be one I sent you.
Did you send this to me?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was showing it off like, where did this come from? It might be. Here's a comic book I did in June of 1978, Vault of Horror. Where are the other ones? They're probably in a...
Is that the original, or are you making copies of it?
No, it's all original ink. This is the original and only copy of it. Notice these things are always dated June or July because I was home bored and summer vacation, and I was making my own comic books. That's the story on that.
That's older than me right there.
Yeah, I would
By
have been
a couple months
12,
right there.
78, 65. Yeah, maybe 12. I was born in 65. Here's the official rules for my electric football game. There's all the
Is that one of those
players.
ones that vibrates and moves them?
Yeah, right.
Those things are loud.
I know.
Hey, what was the name of that ship that electronic ship you showed not that long ago that had the sounds?
Starbird. Yeah.
Now, did the guy that invented that is the same guy that invented ROM?
Is that right? I didn't know that. Did I
Well,
say that on my show? I might, if I said that on
No,
the show.
I think Plaid Stallions just put up an episode about ROM.
Oh yeah, they
And
would know.
Yeah, because it was a guy that worked for Parker Brothers. He came up with the soundboard.
Oh, okay.
He invented that for that Starbird, and then he invented it for ROM.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that. I never had a ROM. I bought the comic book though.
I think 78 that came out.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
But I'd like to find one of those. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're yeah. I need to watch Plaid Stallions more often.
Yeah, the episode last night, the ROM episode was pretty good.
Oh, was
Made me
was that
wanna,
just last night?
yeah, it made me want to get a ROM.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen one though. That was like the first time I've ever heard all the noises it makes, or have I even like seen one up close.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought it was kind of like not that cool looking, but maybe I should. Yeah, there it is. Maybe I should. Um,
It's the sounds that make it.
there's the video you're talking about. Toy Ventures is
Yeah.
there's really three names. It's Plaid Stallions, but the YouTube name is Brick Mantooth.
Uh-huh.
And they put out a magazine called Toy Ventures, but they're also called Plaid Stallions.
Yeah.
So anyway, but Brick Mantooth is a reference to Randolph Mantooth that was on the Emergency TV show. And if you're around in the early 70s, you remember Randolph Mantooth just because the name was so crazy. Someone named Mantooth.
Thanks to a fairly decent buy it now on eBay, I am finally able to talk about the highly influential, not terribly successful ROM Space Knight.
Oh, he said he found his on eBay. He must have been the guy that got it. He got that for like $250 in the box, I think.
Really? Well,
everybody else wants like $700 for one of those in the box.
Really? Well,
I see it. He doesn't. He's like you. He didn't want to talk about it until he gets one.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
I mean, it's true. All it takes is one or two people talking about something.
Yeah, that is true. It is true, and I think Captain Strangelove was talking about that too. Because I don't think romance comics are that popular with collectors. I think it's just a small number of people, very small, that are making people think that everyone wants them.
It's like
but
one person could make that happen.
Comics in your store, how long would they sit there and not sell?
It would sit there forever until like one person came around one time a year or something.
Yeah, or one of us calls you and says, "Put that in my pile." I think it's just desperation because you can't afford anything else. So now everyone's collecting Western comics, but because no one has ever really wanted them, but except for us, I'm looking on the comments below Captain Strangelove's video to see if anyone bought those Flash comics. But
I'm gonna bet he still has them.
Yeah, I think he said to contact him through his email, not the chat. Yeah, I don't know. Because I think one of them I already have. I might be better off. There was just one issue. There were two that I really wanted. One was the wedding issue, which I don't think I have. I better check. Where's the F box? Fantastic Four. Oh, man. Fantastic Four to Fantasy Masterpieces. No. There it is. Ouch.
You have all your comics in one spot now, all right there.
Well, this is anything before 1971. This is all, anything 20 cents and up is going to be over on this side over here. And this is all, I just separated it all. So the ones over here on this wall are in short boxes. And the ones that are Bronze Age and up are in long boxes. Ouch. And yeah, I mean, I guess things are somewhat organized.
Have you ever thought about using those drawer boxes?
Well, maybe. Hey, I told you to put this in my pile and I already got it from you. I just forgot. Remember this one?
Yeah, you already have that?
Yeah, I already got it from you. That's why I need to look at these piles, man. I'm like losing my mind. Okay, so that one you can put back. Okay, my first real old flash, not in very good shape. I'll give myself full screen. Is 135, but it's, I mean, it's really beat. You can see there's some, what? There's tape and a staple. Someone put a staple in. Like Dr. Frankenstein trying to fix a comic. Here's a coverless flash. Number 157.
The staple will keep the slabbers away from it.
Yeah. Here's one. Are these in the right order? Here's 115. The day flash weighed 1,000 pounds.
I feel like they had a lot of those covers like that.
Yeah. Well, the flash was particularly bad as far as the 60s continued on. Every cover, he was horribly humiliated or dead or injured or a bum on a park bench, it seemed like. Well, they did that to all the heroes. I think DC was like kind of embarrassed that they had all these heroes from another generation, and they thought the hippies wouldn't relate to them, so they had to humiliate their heroes, cut them down a few pegs. Here's 156. Watch me have all of the ones that he showed, and I didn't even know it. 172. I don't think so, though. 171. Okay, now we're getting to the period where, see, Flash is being beaten up by hippies. And here he's dead. There's a bunch of times that the Flash was horribly humiliated or almost killed. Let's see. 191. Oh, he's dead again. Flash dead. 199. These are not in any order, man. Why is this happening? Why is that 199 followed by 193? I don't know what's going on here. And then 197 is after 199 also. Let's see. What happened here? 9. 200. They celebrate the 200th issue by having him be an assassin. I've got 2 copies of that one. Interesting. 203 is a part photo cover. Photograph in the background. 204. And then I put the 80-page giants at the end of these things. This has a reprint of that issue I just showed you where he's turns into a giant fat guy.
I think you got that one from me.
I might have. I don't have any.
Because I had a real nice copy of that.
Well, it's very possible. Yeah, it's a nice copy. So that's, yeah, because I've gotten a lot of stuff from you. I don't know if did I get this one from you?
Let me see. Don't remember that one.
Okay, then I probably didn't. Let's see. This one, the back cover is detached. It would be nice if I put it in a bag and board. Where's the best source for bags and boards?
Through BCW probably.
BCW. So their bags and boards are better than their boxes. I never liked the design of their boxes. Do you have any Stanley and his monster comics?
No, I wish I did.
It started in Fox and the Crow. It's like an I Dream of Jeannie kind of cover here.
It starts in that one?
Huh?
It started in that one?
It's, yeah, and then he got his own comic. Yeah. There's the Ghost Rider #7. But you know, I need to pull these war comics out because I started putting war comics in a separate box, which I don't know if that was a smart move or not.
I do that at the store. I put all the war in one section under war.
Yeah.
Because people always come in asking for old war comics. And other than trying to remember all the names of all the different ones.
Right.
It's better just to have them all in one spot.
And then I had pulled the romance books into, I think I put the romance, I think I know where I put these. This is a great cover.
I used to put my romance in my little weird section, just oddball stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, this was one of the Hawkman books you had in your display case. It was the other one that I was saying pull for me. Isn't this one of the ones?
I don't remember that cover. What number is it?
7.
It's around that time period. I know that those 2 issues that I have.
Yeah.
And I think number 4 is the first Zatanna.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but she's not even on the cover.
Yeah.
That's like the most expensive one.
Well, I have number 3. And then I have number 6. So I probably could never afford the Zatanna one. Yeah. Yeah.
They said you could slab your Overstreet now. Your Overstreet #1.
Who was talking about that the other day? Where did I hear that?
I saw it on the TGC, like on their Facebook page or something.
Yeah, I heard someone talking about that, and they said it's because they have this new kind of slab they designed for pulps that
Yeah,
now it's possible to slab your Overstreet price guide. But why would anyone do that?
I think it's just Overstreet #1 because they kept getting bigger every year. I don't think it would fit. I don't think it would fit.
Yeah, I mean, I have.
Even by volume 2 of the Overstreet, I think it was too thick.
That just doesn't make any sense. It's interesting to look in the price guide. Why would anyone want to not be able to look in their old price guides? Let me pull out. I've got my price guides over here.
Next thing you know, they're going to slab phone books.
Yeah. It's very.
If a famous person is in the phone book, or what about yearbooks? Yearbooks with famous people in them?
Yeah, I've got a yearbook from Lubbock High School that has Buddy Holly in it.
See, if you slabbed it, then you never get to see the
This
inside
is
of
the
it.
first one I bought in the summer of '76, and I spent a whole summer going through this thing. At the summer of '76, I probably had the title of every Golden Age comic memorized, and I guess I dreamed at age 11 that someday I'd be able to buy these old comics, and stuff. And of course, that never happened. And but this was an incredible thing. Let's see, Captain Marvel #1 was that was $1,000 in mint then, 350 in good. That's this book. But let's see what Amazing Fantasy #1 15 was. I'm sorry. I mean, always back then, the most expensive comic was Marvel Comics #1. That's changed, I assume. But that was always the most sought after comic. Amazing Fantasy #15, Origin and First Appearance of Spider-Man by Ditko, Kirby Ditko cover. In good condition, it was $80. In fine, $120. In mint, $160. Where am I showing
That's
it?
1978.
76. See it there? How about that? Of course, $160 was a lot of money in 1976, but and it wasn't really that old a comic in 1976. What was it, 1962? It was a 14-year-old comic. I mean, something that's 14-year-olds now would be what's 20. That would be 2010. Comic from 2010 to me is brand new.
There's barely any comics that are worth 160 from 2010. I can only think of one.
What's that?
Like Walking Dead #1.
Oh yeah. I wonder how many of these these comic book dealers. I'm Bruce Hamilton. Wonder how many of these guys are still around. This comic shop in Vancouver, Canada, with this Underground Comics looking ad. And I would look at these ads, and then this one was not far from me. But I never went to it until about 9 years later. It's a guy named Tanner Miles in Fort Worth, and he drew himself kind of looking like Thor there. But when I met him, he didn't look like that, but I don't want to insult him because he's a friend of mine on Facebook. Says, "Hi, I'm Tanner Miles. If you're he misspelled your. If you're a fan, come to my new store for comics, Big Little Books." Nobody puts Big Little Books in there, but back then they were sought after for comics, Big Little Books, movie material, pulps, monster magazines, comic character toys, and more. If you cannot come in, send for my current comic catalog or movie material catalog. And it says he's a special advisor to the guide. And when I went in, he was more a movie poster guy. I don't even remember looking at comics in a store. It was like a movie poster store. And I got some great stuff.
Money. Yeah. A lot of money in posters.
Yeah. Oh, he had great stuff from 50s horror monster movies. I mean, it was great. But this book is, looking in this, the memories that this brings out, and notice there's no crease in the spine, because even as a sixth grader, I knew how to open a book without splitting the spine, which most people don't know how to do. It's really not hard. You open it, you look at this page, and then you turn it and look at this page, and you keep some fingers there on the spine. And, most people, you wouldn't even be able to read the title. It'd be all these white lines through it. And then pages start falling out. But it's just,
how did that guy with the store, how did he display all his posters?
Well, my memory is going back to 1985 here. Most of them were in the back room, and the friend that I had met in 1984 was a major movie poster collector. He's the guy that later went to Hollywood, and his name is Tom Ranoni. And he took me out there, and I think they were just stacked up. They might have been in folders. He had, there's a picture right here of Mara Corday. Man, this is hard to do. Right there. There's a girl on a beach in a bikini from the 50s, right there. Right
next
from
to the mummy.
50s. It came from his store. I framed it. Mara Corday, it's beautiful. She was in The Giant Claw, and she was just, whenever you see a pinup picture of Mara Corday, you immediately are struck by it. She was unlike any other pinup girl in the 50s. And my friend Tom actually became friends with her son. I think he met her. Her son was involved in the movie industry somehow. But anyway, I got that picture at his at Tanner Miles store. And then the next time I got one was number 8, 2 years later, and it was the Good Girl Art book with the Bill Ward cover. And it has all, pictures of, and this is, I've talked with Meyer Greenblatt about, he has the same book, and it's just like, this is what you look. So this is what Good Girl Art was. That's Matt Baker. Now, just because Matt Baker draws a girl on the cover of a comic doesn't make it good girl art. But that is clearly good girl art. It's just, you kind of know it when you see it. It's like what the Supreme Court said, well, we know it when we see about something else. Let's see what Amazing Fantasy had gone up to in 2 years. That's what's interesting about looking at these. I mean, you could do it on the internet, I guess, but there's something about the old ways. Amazing Fantasy 15 is now, man, where are my glasses? Maybe it'll
you don't even want to see how small the print is on the new issue.
Oh yeah, I think it says amazing. I think it's in mint $360. In good condition, it's 120. It's gone up some.
The new volume, I couldn't even read it with the magnifying glass.
Yeah, well, I don't think back then every comic book that had ever been printed was in here, except for Underground Comics. Overstreet decided that they were beneath them. They would not put Underground Comics in here. But then they would point out anything perverse in all the comics. They would say, this is a bondage. This is injury to an eye. And they'd get all this perverse glee out of pointing out this has bondage. And it's like, okay, well, aren't you being a little hypocritical? Is what some of the old school comic store owners that had comic stores like in San Francisco in the early 70s. It's like, why you're not going to put Underground Comics in here, but you're going to point out whenever these different perverse acts are shown in the above ground comics. It's like, and you think, well, why is it so important to point out, oh, there's a lot of bondage because that's what, people are tied up and they're in danger and the hero has to rescue them. And it's like, and it gets creepy when people are pointing out, look, Bucky's in bondage. No, you don't use that word for guys. Come on. But I don't know. I get a little, to me, it's a little skeevy when people are saying, look, it's a bondage cover. Look, it's got, okay, just keep it quiet. That's a little creepy. Yeah, we can see that. There's someone tied up. Who cares? Because it just comes across as creepy to me. I don't know. There's Phil Seeling's ad. I don't know. Here is Bill Ward put an ad in here trying to raise some money. Bill Ward, creator of Torchy, 1943, Blackhawk cartoonist from 1942 to 1952, premier romance cartoonist of the Golden Age, and probably the most versatile comic book cartoonist of all time, will recreate for you an original in full color 21-inch by 17-inch any of his 16 Golden Age covers reproduced in the 1978 price guide. Send for his price list. So, yeah, there are a lot of, because they were bringing attention to Bill Ward, who before had been kind of ignored in this issue. Bill Ward was like working for Cracked magazine. And so this issue, I had a piece of Bill Ward art done in his older years that I gave to, I guess it was an old girlfriend, and but it was a piece of art I never could have displayed and framed on a wall. It was kind of, because Bill Ward went pretty far with some of his art later in life, and it's probably just as well I don't have it, I guess. I don't know. That's how I rationalize things. This is what's this artist's name? He's a Judge Dredd. Is this Brian Boland that did this art for Forbidden Planet? It's a British store that used. That's, who is this Judge Dredd artist? Is that Brian Boland?
Looks like it.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. It just in this time period, a lot of the art in here, it was still kind of underground. I mean, some of these stores you could tell were run by old hippies, and they had kind of this underground looking art. This is not that this is like that, but this is the American comic. But it was just something really interesting. I mean, it was fun. It just seemed like such a fun thing I was getting into, and now it's become such a horrible thing. All the people slabbing comics and everything. But see, here's the covers that you would stare at, and now I just got that from you, didn't I? The facsimile of that.
Which one?
Did I get that issue from you?
Strange Worlds?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think I did. But is there one in my whole pile like that, or has this even been facsimiled?
No, I don't remember that cover at all.
I've just seen it so much with people, these millionaires on YouTube showing that cover off. That's probably why I've been seeing it so much lately. I just thought I owned it.
No.
Well, there's Robot Men of the Lost Planet that I just got from you.
Let's see. Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Do you have many of these old price guides?
I always get rid of them. I don't know. I look at them for a little bit and then I get rid of them.
But an old one like this, you wouldn't get rid of, I don't think, because these have character. Yeah, but I don't know how it's even possible.
I always find them from the 90s.
I don't know how you could put all the comics in a book now because of all the variant covers. You have to have pictures to show. Here's the EC issue.
I don't even think they could put all the covers like you know how the stores have their own exclusives.
Oh yeah, that's just ridiculous.
I don't think they put those in there.
See, this was a new commissioned piece of Wally Wood art. He was still alive at the time, and he did this for this issue of the Overstreet Guide.
Yeah, I'd keep that if I found one of those.
Yeah, this is 1979. I think he might have died a year later. I don't really remember when he died. That was a horrible thing, though. And then this issue, Alex Schomburg did the cover, and it was a newly commissioned piece for this issue of the price guide. And
yeah,
see, I've kept this like it's a brand new book, you know. I handled it a lot, but I just how I take care of my stuff. And it's interesting to flip through and see the stores that were around at the time. Comic Kingdom was in Chicago, Illinois. I wonder if that's still there. It seems like I've heard Strange Life mention it. But you know, everybody would commission people to do art for their store. I don't know. This guy was a lot of fun with his ad. It's just a bunch of blank space. What are you saying?
Is that how they do it? All the ads are yellow?
Yeah, back then they were like yellow pages. It was just like the phone book. Because this is the regular part, like the phone numbers, and then the ads are yellow page. There's yellow pages in the front and back that show all the comic stores, which was really fascinating to me. You know, at this point I had a comic store in my town, but there's Comic Universe in Pennsylvania. There's Wally's Book and Comic Exchange in Washington State. Jim Kovacs is buying comic books and baseball cards. Oh, he's in Lakewood, Ohio. Yeah, so they're showing off all the Schomburg World War II kind of stuff. Let's see, what's some other good ones? Then this one is one I bought later. This is a used copy. See, it's all beat up by the previous owner. But this is one I bought when it was new. And this is showcasing Bill Wagon. By this point, they don't have yellow pages anymore. They're now dark pages. And that show the that Forbidden Planet just ran the same ad over and over again for a bunch of years. And then they'd have all the stores by state. So let's look at Arizona.
So did you have to pay? I wonder if you had to pay to be put in there.
You know, I don't know.
Or if they would just do that.
Marty Hay Ace Book Exchange.
That's not here.
It's not here anymore?
No.
That was on Apache Trail. There was a guy named Ed Kolb. He's just an individual, just a P.O. box. ABCDS Books, Town and Country Shopping Center.
No.
Camelback Road, I think it says.
Yeah.
Darcy.
Wait, what is it called again?
ABCDS Books.
There was one called. Is it an acronym for? There was one called All About Books and Comics.
No, it wouldn't come out to that. Of course, you got to realize this is the 84, 85 one, so it's probably these stores aren't still there.
I bet
the buildings might still be there. There's another one called a little bookstore on East Camelback. That's in Phoenix.
That's where one of my friends he got started out of that bookstore.
Pat's Books and Bargain Comics was on East Thomas Road in Phoenix.
Most of the comic stores here started as bookstores.
Okay. High
and
Desert
they would have,
Books and Comics was in Sierra Vista, Arizona.
There were bookstores, and like somebody would have rent out a little section inside the bookstore that would have comics.
That's how a lot of them I remember. Yeah. So I bet there's nothing in the state I am in now. Oh no, there were. So yeah, there were some back then. Oh well. There's a great issue here somewhere. Scheiße, what is that? Ever see this book, Robots? That's another one of the great live action shows, Golden Bat from Japan.
Is that a slot machine stormtrooper on the front?
He looks like it. Yeah, they're all obviously based on Star Wars, but I don't think it's meant to be it almost looks like a slot machine, but I think it's just supposed to be machinery. Maybe it spins, but you're right. It does look like it's just a great book. It was from Taschen. There's an EC issue. Where is that, man? Oh, here it is. It's the 2000 issue. And that may be the last one. I thought I had one with Vampirella on it, but I think I gave that one away. By this point, it's looking a little different.
Is that a hardcover?
Yeah, it's a hardcover. Yeah, that's probably the way to get them, but I only have a few hardcover ones. But
the way now is spiral.
Yeah.
You have to have a spiral now.
This is issue 19 has a Jerry Robinson cover because it's this must be 1989. Yeah, when the Batman movie came out. And there's the Howard Rogowski ad. He was a big time comic dealer, but he's a guy that said tape is not a flaw. And then he was interviewed by the Comics Journal years later, and they kidded him about that. He didn't consider that to be a problem on comics he sold. Yeah, well, I don't know. The books you were talking about weren't like this, right? Were they?
Little digest. Yeah,
Well, these
they're like
aren't
those.
digest. These are.
Yeah, they're. Is it red on the side where the paper is? Not on the spine, on the
No.
paper.
Oh, you know what I think you're talking about are. Let me see if I've got some in the other room. I think they're the ones like Happiness Is, and
They had 40-cent cover prices on them. They were 40 cents. That's what I noticed about them. And they all had red edges.
I think they're these, and I think these are meant to be like gifts, like almost like greeting cards. And I think they were sold in drugstores to be given away like this.
No, he had one. He only had one like that.
Because this does have
He had one
colored
of those.
pages.
No, but
And
that's a hardcover. He had one of those in that collection.
Christmas is Together Time. And
No,
they're all red pages.
he only had one. No, I mean only the edge of the paper was red. The edge.
Oh, okay.
You could only
I've got
see it
two
on.
copies of Love is Walking Hand in Hand. And then this is the very famous Happiness is a Warm Puppy. And the pages are different colors as you go through.
No, not those. They were like the paperbacks like you just had.
Okay.
Do you have any of those paperbacks that have a cover price on the front?
Paperback, like standard paperbacks.
Like the one you just had out, that little stack you had out a
Oh,
second ago.
they're $1.
See, the ones he had were 40 cents.
That would make them older. And I do have this one that's hardcover.
No, they weren't hardcovers.
And it was $2 when it came out, and it's like it was $5 when I got it at Half Price Books. Yeah, I don't know.
They were just older ones, so the ones you had.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get them. So.
Well, you think he'll come back in?
Yeah, because I don't think anybody else is gonna buy them. Maybe the bookstore might have bought them from him.
Yeah, but they're not going to give him the incredible price that he's wanting, because they're going to want to sell them for a couple of bucks to people. This is one I bought back in the 80s. I thought it was funny. Let's talk about being destructive. I don't know. It amused me back then. Just whole book showing kids not to destroy things. 1982. The things that amuse me. So there's sign from the 80s, Blood Alley. It's actually authorized from Universal Pictures. You have this restaurant in Arizona, Taco Casa.
No, but it sounds good.
It is actually not good. I mean, it makes Taco Bell seem like a delicacy. I mean, it sounds good. In the cup, I saved the cup just because I thought it was funny. But man, yeah, that could kill a horse. My goodness gracious. What time is
I saw you posted a picture of that Mexican restaurant where you can raise the flag when you want service.
Ponchos, yeah.
Yeah, we had those out here.
Are they still there?
I don't think so. I haven't seen one.
When I left Texas, there was one still there. And I took my wife and her friend to it, and they thought it was hilarious. They were kind of charmed by the decor. They weren't that big of fans of the food, but my older brother, when I was in 6th grade and he was in college, and it was like he kind of looked like Chevy Chase, but he ate like John Belushi, and he would take me to Ponchos, and we keep raising you raised the Mexican flag whenever you wanted them to come over and bring you more food. He would just keep inhaling the food like John Belushi in that cafeteria scene in Animal House, and I thought he was so cool. Yeah. But it's not really good Mexican food, but I sure have great nostalgic memories about Poncho's Mexican buffet, and I'd like to go back there. There's not much. There's only one Mexican restaurant in this town, and it's pretty good. And there's some in surrounding towns, but in Texas they were everywhere. There were a lot of Mexican restaurants, and I'm sure it's the same way in Arizona.
Yeah.
That you just don't go into because you're not going to be able to communicate with anyone in there because no one goes in there that doesn't speak Spanish. And they've got the really great authentic food, but how am I going to order? But well, when I met my wife and Spanish is her first language, it opened up this whole new world where I could go into any restaurant and order whatever. And it's like, but sometimes I'd go there she would order the food in Spanish, and I'd go and pick it up and pay for it and bring it home sometimes. And this young, pretty Mexican girl was ringing up, and she's the daughter of the owner, and she said, "Would you like the recipe?" I was thinking, she's going to give us the recipe for these quesadillas? Well, that's a good. And then I like, excuse me. And finally, it turned out she wanted to know if I wanted the receipt, but she was in broken English. Would you like the recipe? Things like that don't happen around here yet. Boy. So yeah, I've got these are the Fantastic Four issues that I wrote them down on the back of one of your stickers. So
those are the ones I'm holding for you.
Yeah.
I think I sold about 3 of the other ones.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have you gotten anyone else in the store that knows your store from this show?
No, Jeff's the only one, I think.
Well, so much for my advertising.
Oh, that's all I know of. But some people wouldn't even say anything.
Yeah, it seems like I'm getting people watching the show that YouTube is maybe like putting it on as the next video, or maybe they're putting it on like, you might also enjoy this, because it hasn't gone up much, but I'm close, I think, to 700 subscribers. I'm at 697. I got up to 698, but then someone quickly unsubscribed when they probably saw the Trump sign. So I really only need 3 more subscribers and I'll be at 700.
I remember when you were talking about what did you say, 98% are guys that watch you?
Yeah, I mean, let's look.
Mine's the complete opposite. Mine's all girls that watch mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Because girls are
probably because I don't show my face.
No, I don't think it's that. It's
I don't
because
scare anybody away.
No, I think it's because aren't there a lot of girls that buy new comics, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, that's the audience they're going for, I think.
So yeah, that's what they're trying to sell them to. They're trying to sell them to they them types, and they're kind of androgynous, and your most of your videos are new releases, and your new releases, you scoop everybody. You give the new releases like a week sometimes before they come out, and I think that could be it. I think my audience is older because I only show older comics, and I make fun of all the new stuff, and so I piss off anyone in their 20s and 30s who likes to slab comics, and even older. So what I do is, on my phone, I go to this thing, YouTube Studio, and I click on it, and it changes. Yeah, but it wasn't that long ago. Remember when I had the snowstorm, the blizzard? I was thinking, we're almost up to 666 subscribers. Maybe I'll do a big devil episode, and then I got up to almost 700 real quick. It just kept going, and I think what I had read somewhere or saw somewhere, that if you get to 300 views on your videos, then YouTube starts to notice you and starts to maybe advertise you, and because you see, like the one I did the other day is only at 222, and then but I have like real close to 300, 305, 473. The one where you were at the toy show, I think it got a lot.
What's your most popular?
Well, the one at the toy show is now at 501. This one.
I noticed those toy show, they keep recommending me a lot of those toy show videos.
Well, I put the actual name of the toy show. I think that's what it was called, and the date. So that might be getting views over and over.
If you put
what's my most popular show?
Yeah. If you put Vintage Toy Hunt,
oh yeah,
then that would probably be a good title.
Well, I've been putting up. I'm just being a kind of a troll, putting up these titles lately.
Yeah,
like Key Comics back from CGC.
But $30,000 collection just purchased.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, the one where I mentioned tunnels got a lot, and my wife said that's because the tunnels were in the news. It's either because I have Captain America on the picture. See, it was 667 views, or because it was a topical thing where those guys in New York were digging the tunnels.
Yeah, but 10,000 comics found in storage. something.
I've done things like that in the past, but yeah, that's a good idea. But anyway, as far as the stats on the viewers, I don't remember ever being asked to tell YouTube my age, so I don't know how they know the age of people. But for a while, I was getting a few younger people, but it stopped.
I think when you sign up, you put your birthday in, but you can put any birthday.
See,
you could just put any birthday in.
7.3% are 45 to 54. 55 to 64, which is my age range, I'm about to be 59, is 92.7. It used to be I would have some 65 plus. Now it's 0%.
Mine's the opposite. Yeah, mine's all 18 to 34, and it's all girls.
Maybe we should do some more cross promotion, like at the end of your videos, and I don't know, but this is male is 98.6, females 1.4%. Even my wife doesn't watch maybe a little bit, but I think that's probably a girl in England that watches. And then yeah, because you can see there's a little bit of activity from the United Kingdom, 3.8%, 72% in the United States, 0.8% in Spain. So 0.8% of a human being, that must be someone without legs, possibly. And then, so someone's watching with Spanish subtitles, probably the same guy in Spain. And I used to have a higher percentage of people subscribed, but 57% of the people that watch are subscribed versus 43% are not subscribed. So if all those not subscribed people just suddenly subscribed, that would really bring it up.
I think that's a pretty good percentage, because I think most people have about 12%.
12% are subscribed?
On most people's channels. I always hear people talk about that.
Views in what is this, the last month? How does this work? Yeah, since January 29th, 2.8 thousand. What day
was that spike? What day was that spike at?
Oh,
there was that big spike I saw.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Doesn't say what day that was.
Let me see if I blow it up. Yes, it does. February 11th. What do you think? I'd have to go back and see what was on that day. Maybe that's when I had the one with the Captain America picture. But anyway,
I think this month we have an extra day.
Yeah, it's a leap year. So
there's people born on that day, and then those people, they haven't even had that many birthdays.
Yeah, so they get to live a lot longer. This is how many. What is an impression? I don't know what an impression is. 75% less than the previous. I've gone down a lot on that. Impressions, click-through rate. I guess that's people that just look at the picture. And average view duration only 12 minutes. But then that's how I do a lot of people, like Captain Strangelife. He probably gets a lot of views from me because I'll watch it in little spurts, and then I'll come back and watch another 10, 15 minutes. And so it might take me 7-8 times to get through because I'm just doing so much. And how viewers find your videos. Channel pages, 33%. Browse features, 32%. YouTube search, 10.6%. YouTube search terms, 3 found dead in Kansas. What? Alley Box and Cecil Says. I don't know what that even means.
I know what Cecil Says is.
What?
That's he's a YouTuber.
Oh. Content suggesting you. Valentine's Day comic, Super Bowl party. Oh, because I put Super Bowl in the title of one of my videos. And more comics found. Playlist featuring, oh, these are playlists I have. And yeah, I don't really know. But
Hey, did your phone?
Huh?
Do you have an AT&T phone? Did your phone go out that other day?
No, I don't think so. But my
mine didn't go out. I didn't notice it.
My wife's mom and her sister, their phones went out and they were calling, but ours always worked. Did you say yours didn't work?
No, mine worked. And if it didn't work, I didn't notice it.
Yeah, because I think it happened in the early hours of the morning, didn't it?
Well, it was out for like 12 hours, but I was watching all these kids crying about it.
Oh yeah, they thought it was the end of the world. Well,
they didn't know how to get anywhere. The one girl was crying at a Jack in the Box drive-through. She was crying for help.
Wow.
These kids are just lost without their phone. They don't know how to get around or do anything.
Yeah, this will happen more and more as we approach the election. I think they'll be doing more and more things like this so that they can say, well, we just, can't trust that. We're going to just have to just send everything in through by mail, and, I don't know. That's the conspiracy theorist in me. My immediate thought was, oh, it's just all done. It's an inside job, and they're saying, oh, it's the Chinese, it's the Russians, it's a solar flare. Nah, it's just, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it is. But
you can't even go 12 days without a phone. That's not really good.
Yeah, and all this thing's doing is damaging my eyes. I got to get something to just. I just can't stand it, really. But I mean, it is great in the sense that the internet's a great equalizer in that it is. It used to be that whatever CBS, ABC, NBC told us, and the New York Times, that's the way it was. Now, other people can get ideas through this, even though they're trying to stop it. And this is doing a show like this is something I dreamed about, being a DJ or doing a show when I was like 5 years old in 1970. I was like pretending to do a show out the window of the apartment we lived in the base quarters in Heidelberg, Germany. And so and then, in the 90s, well, you could do a public access show. And I did one with Joe Riley, the Hypnotic Eye, and that was fun. But now, and you could create your own magazine, fanzine, zine, and send it out, and you could, but it used to be just to talk to someone 20 miles away would cost you $25 just for a few minutes for a long distance charge. And then these things that now you can talk to someone in England or Portugal or wherever, and it's just doesn't cost anything. And you can, with this phone, this is the phone I film most of my shows on. It's all scratched up. My wife says we pay insurance on it, and I could, if I pay $200, I could get a new phone because it's all messed up because it doesn't have a case on it anymore. And I've dropped it too many times. Now the sound is all bad on it. I mean, it's still, and there's so much scratches on it. I think that's what's causing the flaring, because when I do the show, it kind of looks sort of neat. Whenever there's a light behind me, there's lens flare everywhere, like it's some disco movie or one of those modern Star Trek movies, because it's just because the phone's all messed up. Kevin Everson says, have you checked out the horror comic King Cryptid? I don't know. What do you know about that, Kevin?
It sounds familiar, but I'd have to type that in. Let me see the cover.
Oh, yeah, let me do that. I think there's something all the 20-year-olds are into about imaginary animals like the chupacabra. Don't they call them cryptids or something?
Yeah, those are cryptids, yeah.
So I'm wondering if, oh, that's spelled like crypt, like where you keep dead people.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to assume that's spelled the correct way. They're saying, did you mean King Cryptid? But I'm going to assume that he spelled it right, so I'm going to put in comic book. I don't. Does he say it's a? Yeah, it's a comic. Oh, okay. It looks like it's actually spelled cryptid, like it's from Alterna Comics.
Oh yeah, that's where I've heard of that. It's Peter Samedi.
Is that something you have in your store?
I tried. They're on newsprint and they're only like $2.
Oh, really?
But it just never caught on.
I wonder if this is what Horror Mike was talking about. He was talking about some comics that are made like.
Yeah, he talks about he reviews them. Yeah.
Yeah, he was real excited about some. Yeah, I think these are the ones he was showing.
Yeah, that's exactly where
they're crowdfunded. Yeah, and he was saying this is when I said the comic industry's dead, he says, no, look at these books. And he said, well, they look good, but who can find them? You have to mail order them, and that's going to keep anyone from ever getting them.
First of all, they're $2, so that means I make $1 if I sell one.
Yeah. Right. That's why.
That's just a hard.
Yeah, that's why they said a lot of stores were not really wanting to carry comics that much anymore, is their low price point versus the amount of space it took in the stores, and like 1970, and seems like I read that somewhere.
You order 10 copies and then you only sell 1 or 2 of them, then you lost money.
Yeah, that does look like a comic I would buy if for a couple bucks. I just don't have it. Am I ever going to have the time and energy to actually mail order it? No. But if I went into a store and found it, I would get it. But I'm not going to go into a Walmart and find that, because that's not how it. So it's.
If I wanted something to read, I'd pay $2.
Huh?
If I wanted something to read, I'd pay $2 for it.
Yeah, it's just not. I don't know. I wish a lot of things would change, but but I would. Yeah, I'd like to check it out. So, Alterna Comics, send me some free issues and I'll review it.
They used to be in Diamond catalog. That's where I used to get them.
Oh, they're not even distributed through Diamond anymore?
No, they got out of the catalog because they paid more than it was worth to be in the catalog.
So, Diamond used to be the only distributor, but then Marvel split away, and or what is the exact what is going on now?
Penguin is Marvel, and then Lunar is DC. And
so
then
Diamond is just everybody else in toys?
Well, no, because from Penguin you can get IDW, and you can get Dark Horse, and you can get a couple others, and then through Lunar you can get Boom, or no, it's not Boom. You can get a few others with Lunar, and then Diamond. Diamond, I know, has Boom, You can only get it through Diamond. They have Titan. You can only get it through Diamond. They have a couple others that you can only get. Dynamite. There's like 3 companies that are through Dynamite. If it wasn't for those 3, I could just get rid of my Diamond account.
Who distributes these new Conan books?
That's Titan. So I have to have a Diamond account to get those.
Okay. So that new Savage Sword really feels like it's an old Marvel magazine.
It's basically, it's just like these. It's like the. It's the same feel as one of those Shutter magazines.
Yeah.
Or what's the other one? The Vampirus Carmella.
Vampirus Carmella, yeah.
It's like one of those, but this first issue is really thick.
And is it a lot bloodier or more?
Black and white. So no, there's I know there's nudity in it. I flipped through it. I saw some nudity in there.
Okay.
That's pretty violent. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll definitely put one of those in my pile. And that the Hawkman that is not the alligator one.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna write that down.
Figure out a way to get. Yeah. Is there a creature from the Black Lagoon action figure in my pile, or
I
there
don't
may
think
not
so.
be?
I think the only figures you have are those pre-code horror.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And
But
then is the record of the Spook Show stuff in? Do I have one of those?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. One of these days, Meyer Greenblatt's been talking about making a cross-country trip, and he was going to visit your store. And
that's a long trip.
Yeah, well, he finally got his car fixed.
I can't even drive longer than like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's hard for me because 5 minutes I'm on the other side of town. It takes me 45 seconds to drive to work.
Like there's such bad drivers out here. There's like so many wrecks on the freeway every day here.
Yeah. Well, there's not even a single stoplight in the entire county. It's just stop signs. And the highest speed limit's like 40 on the highway, at least the part that goes through town. It's pretty safe here. People ride around in golf carts like it's the Prisoner TV show. People are out on the street in vehicles that look like that. I forget what these things are called. I've never seen these before in my life. They're made by John Deere, but they're not tractors. They're just little like golf carts.
Someone took a golf cart on the freeway the other day and got in an accident.
And they survived?
Yeah, he flew out of the golf cart and landed on top of the guy's truck.
Wow.
And survived.
Yeah. That's pretty weird. That country musician George Jones was such an alcoholic, his wife cut him off. And so he got on a riding lawnmower and rode like, I don't know how many miles to the bar. That's an old story about him. There's a mini series on I don't know, one of the streaming services called George and Tammy that dramatizes George Jones and Tammy Wynette's life. It's fun, but also pretty depressing. Dang, I gotta go feed the cats, man. would you have any interest in coming on 4-Color Fossils on Wednesday night? Or probably.
If I had enough stuff I could show, I would.
Well, I'm interested in seeing the Conan book. What else was it? Oh, maybe I should just do it privately, like a call to you, and to see those early 70s books that you got again.
Horror Mike just did a review on the Conan book.
Oh, he did? The magazine?
I think I listened to it on my way home, but I didn't watch it, so I don't know if he actually showed the interior.
Okay.
But from what he, well, I kind of had the same opinion about it. Like the first story, I don't know if the art was as good, but the second story had better art. It was almost like it was photoshopped, the art in the first story, but it's black and white, so it didn't look too bad.
Huh. Photoshopped. Okay.
You know, it was like digital, like almost like they took some kind of like photos and turn it into art.
Yeah.
With a filter on it or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's what I got from it.
I've yet to read any of these books. I have a few on hold with you, but I don't think I have a complete run on hold with you because you had already sold out of issue 1. But I'm sure I can figure out what's going on with the storyline.
Yeah, and the artist that everybody loved on it, he took a few issues off.
Okay.
And then he's coming back. But the fill-in guy wasn't that bad either.
Yeah. But I mean, the artist that everyone loves, they love him because he looks like John Buscema, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, looks a lot like his art, yeah.
That's good, but I kind of wish he had I'd have to see it. But I mean, I wish he had it be reminiscent of John Buscema, but he has a distinctive style. You know who everyone forgets about is Val Mayerick, if that's even how you pronounce it. Do you remember that artist?
I don't remember the name, but what did he do?
Well, let me look him up. I remember he did art in some of his art. Oh, he's still around. He's 73. He's an American comic book and commercial artist. Oh, yeah, he did. He was on Howard the Duck, but he also did. What else did he do? Conan the Barbarian. Let me pull up some images. He's. Oh, he was Man-Thing too. Yeah. You know, he was this guy. But there was he did The Living Mummy, but it seems like there was he did something in Monsters Unleashed. I could have sworn that was a sword and sorcery story that was just incredible, and it was unlike anything.
Yeah, that Monsters Unleashed rings a bell now that you say that.
Yeah. I might be mixing him up with somebody else. Yeah, but he was good. I mean, it's just, yeah. Let me try just putting in sword and sorcery. Yeah, man. Come on. But he had a really great style. They could get Barry Smith to come back. He's still alive, right? to do a little bit of work for this new Conan comic, that would be pretty cool. Well, I guess I'm going to go feed the cats, and my wife's working until 11. It's almost 10, so see what I can do. But
Yep.
maybe I could do another live stream on Saturday, or maybe is there a time? Or like if I called you tomorrow after work, you think you'd be too busy to like show me those comics from that pile you got the other day?
Those horror comics?
Yeah.
No, I should be able to.
What was the guy like that brought that pile in? Because it was a very interesting pile.
Oh, that was the late. That was a.
Well, that was an elderly lady, right?
She was an older lady that was collecting in the 90s. Okay. I would say 95% of her collection was X-Files.
Oh, she's one of those that's really obsessed with yeah, the female nerds that get obsessed with. It used to be Beauty and the Beast, but the generation
X-Files, and it was Xena. Remember Xena, X-Files?
And that they were the ones that were in love with Mr. Spock, and that wrote the fan fiction where Kirk and Spock were in love. And they were the ones that were really into Dark Shadows when they were in high school, and they'd run home every day to see Dark Shadows.
She had those comics in there.
And
she had those Anne Rice. Remember the Anne Rice comic?
Yeah, that's okay. I know exactly what kind of woman that is. I mean, it's the female version of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we were born women, that's probably what we'd be. Yeah, okay. I see who that is. Yeah. All right. Well, that's nothing but respect for that, I guess.
Yeah. So I told her, because she was just kind of weeding out her stuff.
Yeah. I mean, she could be into Harlequin romance and stuff, but you know,
she wasn't ready to sell. She wasn't ready to sell all her stuff, but she was weeding it out.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't want the X-Files, but I go, you should take them around to some of the other shops because every shop's different.
Yeah.
And I said, if you find any more horror stuff, like the stuff I'm picking up from you, then bring it on in.
I heard somewhere that the X-Files, the creator was his name, Chris Carter, was a big fan of the band X, and he named the show after X. That's really where the name came from. And then I think that's been confirmed. So anyway, that's kind of interesting.
I had somebody from the show at my store for a signing. Yeah. He was the freak with the tattoos all over his body.
I don't remember. I never saw every episode of that, but
it was an episode where he was like, this episode starts and he's like catching fish and with his bare hands and taking bites out of them.
Yeah,
he was a freak show guy.
I sure wish Kolchak the Night Stalker had lasted more than 1 year. That was one of my first big childhood disappointments, right? Find out Kolchak's been canceled, Planet of the Apes is canceled, then you find out Santa Claus isn't real, and it just kept happening, and then it just became a whole lifetime of disappointments. So anyway, I'll see you soon, or I'll call you tomorrow. I'm gonna probably sign off. The cats are probably getting really pissed at me right now.
Yep.
All right. Take care.
I'll talk to you guys later. All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I will end this stream, and I will try to do another show this weekend, like a regular show, and maybe another live stream. We'll see but if it interferes. Actually, Saturday there's a Trump rally in North Carolina, so I don't want to do a show Saturday. We'll see what we can do. Maybe maybe if Kevin wants to do a live stream from the convention he's going to on Sunday, the Curiosities thing, maybe the, what do you call it? The Obscurities, the weird skull convention he's going to. But, you know, that's, you know, it's kind of a pain to take a phone around all the time also. Anyway, so I'll be seeing you guys soon, and take care.